Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I still remember the first time I walked into that house on Evergreen Lane. It was a crisp October afternoon, the kind where fallen leaves crunch beneath your shoes and the air carries a hint of wood smoke. As a detective with the county's cold case unit, I'd seen my share of unusual situations, but something about this one felt different from the moment I stepped through the front door. The call had come in around noon. Construction workers renovating an old Victorian home had discovered something unexpected, a room that shouldn't have existed according to the house plans. A room that had been sealed behind drywall and wallpaper, hidden from view for what appeared to be decades. Detective Harmon, the police officer at the scene, nodded as I ducked under the yellow tape. He was young, probably fresh out of the academy, with a clipboard clutched tightly in his hands. Glad you could make it, this one's unusual. I followed him through the front hall, past plastic sheets and construction equipment scattered across the floor. The house smelled of dust and age, that particular scent that lingers in spaces long abandoned. My footsteps echoed against the hardwood floors as we made our way to the second story. The property was sold at auction 3 months ago, the officer explained, his voice low as if hesitant to disturb the silence. Previous owner, Herbert Mills, died without any known relatives. The place had been sitting empty for almost a year before the new owners bought it. We reached the top of the stairs where a section of wall had been partially demolished. Behind the torn drywall and peeling floral wallpaper, a door was visible, a simple wooden door with a tarnished brass knob. It stood slightly ajar now, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. The construction crew was expanding the master bedroom when they found it, the officer continued. They thought it was strange that the dimensions didn't match the blueprints when they knocked through this section. He gestured toward the opening. Well, you can see for yourself. I pulled a pair of latex gloves from my pocket and slipped them on, the rubber snapping softly against my wrists. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a room approximately 12 feet square. Dust particles danced in the beam of sunlight that now penetrated the space for the first time in what must have been years. Unlike the rest of the house, which had been cleared of the previous owner's possessions, this room remained perfectly preserved. A twin bed stood against the far wall, its floral quilt smoothed with precision, corners tucked with military sharpness. A small writing desk sat beneath the window, which had been painted over with black paint, blocking any view of the outside world. But it was the personal touches that made my skin prickle with unease. A hairbrush on the bedside table, strands of dark hair still tangled in its bristles. A pair of women's shoes, modest low heels, placed neatly beside the closet. A glass of water, long evaporated, leaving only a ring of mineral deposits at the bottom. And on the desk, a leather-bound diary lay open, a fountain pen placed diagonally across the page, as if the writer had stepped away only moments ago, intending to return. I leaned closer, careful not to disturb anything, and read the final entry written in a tight, controlled script. October 17, 1973, they're still here. I straightened up, a chill running along my spine despite the stuffiness of the room. Has anyone touched anything? I asked. The officer shook his head. The crew foreman called us as soon as they broke through, said it felt wrong, like opening a tomb. He wasn't far off. This wasn't just a forgotten storage space. Someone had lived here or been kept here, and then the room had been sealed up, erased from the house's memory. I want the forensics team here. I said, stepping back into the hallway. "Full workup, and I need everything we have on Herbert Mills." The investigation began methodically, as they always do. Herbert Mills had purchased the house in 1971, a widower in his 50s who kept to himself according to the neighbors we tracked down. He'd worked as an accountant until his retirement, attended church sporadically, and had no close friends that anyone could recall. A forgettable man, the kind who blends into the background of community life. But as we peeled back the layers of his existence, discrepancies began to emerge. There was no record of his supposed wife's death. In fact, there was no marriage certificate at all. His employment history showed gaps that couldn't be accounted for. And most troubling of all, a woman named Alina Pierce had disappeared in 1973, last seen walking home from her job at the library less than 3 blocks from this house. The forensics team worked with painstaking care, documenting and collecting evidence from the sealed room. The diary belonged to Alina, according to the name inscribed on the inside cover. The entries began cheerfully enough, describing her job at the library, her walks in the park, her dreams of traveling someday. Then Herbert Mills appeared in the entries. At first, he was just a regular patron at the library, quiet and polite, always returning books on time. Later, he began walking her home occasionally. She described him as thoughtful and gentle. The tone shifted gradually. Herbert became possessive and concerned about my other friendships. Alina wrote about arguments, about feeling confused when Herbert insisted she had said or done things she couldn't remember. The entries became shorter, more anxious. The final month of entries documented her growing awareness that something was wrong with her tea, that she felt dizzy and disoriented after meals. She suspected she was being drugged, but seemed unsure if she was paranoid or perceiving reality. Her handwriting deteriorated, becoming shaky and uncertain. And then that final entry, October 17, 1973, they're still here. The forensics team found trace evidence of sedatives in the water glass. They discovered scratches on the inside of the door where a lock had once been mounted, and beneath the immaculate bed, hidden between the mattress and box spring, they found a small collection of newspaper clippings about Alina's disappearance. The articles were brief. She was just another missing young woman in an era when such cases rarely received sustained attention. We never found Alina's remains. The ground-penetrating radar showed nothing beneath the house or yard. We expanded the search to properties Mills had access to, interviewed distant acquaintances, and tracked his movements as best we could through decades-old records. What we did find through careful analysis of his bank statements were purchases of women's items, clothing, toiletries, specific brands of perfume, continuing for years after Alina disappeared. Items that were nowhere to be found in the house when he died, though the sealed room contained only enough for a few weeks' stay. DNA testing of the hair in the brush confirmed it belonged to Alina Pierce, and further examination of the diary under special lighting revealed indentations on blank pages after the final entry, words Alina had apparently attempted to write when she ran out of ink, or perhaps when her pen was taken away. Forensic linguists were able to reconstruct some of these impressions, changed the food, not sure what's real anymore, and most disturbingly, not the first girl he's kept. Herbert Mills died of natural causes at age 92, taking whatever secrets he harbored to his grave. The sealed room remains our only witness to what really happened to Alina Pierce and potentially to others before her. The house on Evergreen Lane has been renovated and sold again, the hidden room now incorporated into a new master suite, its dark history concealed beneath fresh paint and modern fixtures. Sometimes I drive past that house at night, looking up at the windows where Alina once gazed out at a world she could no longer reach. I think about the diary entries, about a woman slowly realizing she was trapped, about the gradual erosion of her reality at the hands of someone she trusted. And I wonder about that final, cryptic entry, "They're still here." Was she referring to drugs in her system, to other victims whose traces she had somehow discovered, or perhaps to some manifestation of her deteriorating mental state, a hallucination brought on by prolonged isolation and psychological abuse? The case file remains open, one of many cold cases that linger in our department's archives. Alina Pierce's family has at least partial closure, knowing what became of their loved one, though the full truth remains elusive. As for me, I'm left with the image of that perfectly made bed, those neatly folded clothes, and a room sealed away as if its occupant might return at any moment. A shrine or a prison, preserved in time until chance brought it back into the light. In my line of work, we often speak of giving voice to the voiceless. Alina's diary did that in some small way, allowing her to reach across decades and tell at least part of her story. But in the silence between her words, in the mystery of what happened after that final entry, there remains a void that no investigation can fill. Some rooms, once opened, can never truly be closed again. Story 2. I remember the first time I stepped into apartment 47B at the Westlake Gardens complex. The air held that peculiar stillness that comes when a space has been undisturbed for too long, yet somehow remained alive. Dust motes hung suspended in the thin beams of late afternoon light that filtered through partially drawn blinds, creating golden pathways across an impeccably clean hardwood floor. "I haven't seen Ms. Winters in almost 3 weeks," the landlord, Mr. Chen, whispered beside me, as if afraid to disturb the apartment's strange serenity. "The rent's overdue, first time in 4 years. I called, I left notes, nothing." I nodded slowly, letting my eyes adjust to the dimness while absorbing every detail. The living room was modest but tasteful, a small tan sofa positioned perfectly perpendicular to a walnut coffee table, a bookshelf with volumes arranged by height and color, creating a pleasing gradient from red to purple, not a speck of dust anywhere. "And you said you found the door unlocked?" I asked, my voice instinctively dropping to match his hushed tone. "Yes, detective, just turned the knob and it opened. That's when I called you folks." I moved deeper into the apartment, the floorboards cool and solid beneath my shoes. No creaks, no signs of struggle, just eerie perfection. The kitchen gleamed under the soft pendant lights Mr. Chen had switched on. Stainless steel appliances reflected our distorted silhouettes as we passed. On the marble counter sat a loaf of bread, its crust still crisp to the touch, nestled inside an artisanal paper wrapper. The refrigerator hummed quietly, a normal, everyday sound that somehow felt out of place in this strange tableau. "May I gestured toward the refrigerator. Mr. Chen nodded, stepping back. The gentle vacuum seal broke as I pulled the door open. Inside, neatly arranged containers of fresh produce lined the shelves. Milk, eggs, butter, all within their expiration dates. A glass container of what appeared to be homemade pasta sauce sat on the middle shelf. Everything looked ready for a meal that never happened. In the corner of the kitchen, a small potted herb garden thrived on the windowsill. Basil, thyme, mint, all green and vibrant, recently watered. "This doesn't make sense," Mr. Chen said, his voice still low. "If she left, why would she stock the fridge? If she's still here, where is she?" I didn't answer immediately, instead letting my gaze drift to the small hallway leading to what I presumed was the bedroom. The path was clear, unobstructed. No signs of hasty departure, no overturned furniture, no scattered belongings. "Tell me about Ms. Winters," I said, moving slowly toward the hallway. Mr. Chen followed a few steps behind me. Annabelle Winters, 34, worked at the university library. Quiet tenant, paid on time, always. That's why this is so strange. The bedroom door was partially open. I pushed it gently with my gloved hand, revealing a space as meticulously kept as the rest of the apartment. The bed was made with hospital corners, the navy blue duvet smooth and unwrinkled. A small desk in the corner held a closed laptop and a single framed photograph of a woman, presumably Ms. Winters, standing beside an elderly couple, all smiling against a backdrop of autumn leaves. I picked up the frame carefully. Annabelle Winters had a kind face, round glasses, shoulder-length brown hair with a slight wave, and a genuine smile that reached her eyes. "Her parents," Mr. Chen offered, nodding at the photograph. "They passed away 2 years ago. Car accident, I think. She took it hard." I set the photo down exactly where I'd found it and moved to the closet. Inside, clothes hung with mathematical precision, organized by type and color. The floor of the closet was bare except for 4 pairs of shoes arranged in a neat row. Back in the living room, I noticed the mail Mr. Chen had mentioned, a small stack on an entry table, all unopened. Electric bill, credit card statement, alumni magazine, and a handwritten envelope addressed to Annie in flowing cursive. "When was the last piece of mail delivered?" I asked, examining the postmarks without touching the envelopes. "The letter on top came yesterday," Mr. Chen replied. "The magazine was Tuesday, I think." I nodded, making a mental note. Then I noticed something odd about the bookshelf, a small gap between 2 novels where it seemed a book had been removed. Unlike the rest of the apartment, this single asymmetry stood out like a whisper in a silent room. "Did Ms. Winters have any regular visitors? Family, friends, partners?" Mr. Chen shook his head slowly. "Not that I ever noticed. She kept to herself. Sometimes I'd see her with another woman about her age, red hair. They'd go for walks together." I moved to the windows and examined the locks. Secure. No signs of forced entry. The balcony door was locked from the inside. Everything in the apartment suggested Annabelle Winters had stepped out momentarily and would return any second to slice her fresh bread and water her thriving plants. Yet something felt profoundly wrong. I returned to the kitchen and opened drawers methodically, utensils arranged with geometric precision, not a single knife missing from the wooden block. In the 3rd drawer, I found a stack of neatly organized papers, bills, receipts, warranties for appliances, and a notebook. Unlike everything else in the apartment, the notebook seemed out of place, its edges worn, its cover scratched. I opened it carefully. Inside were pages of handwritten notes, the penmanship deteriorating as the pages progressed. The first entry was dated 4 months ago. March 12, first noticed it today. The feeling of being watched, probably nothing. I flipped through more pages. March 23, found my coffee mug in a different place. Am I losing my mind? April 2, the sound again at 3:17 a.m. Exactly 3:17 a.m., 3rd night in a row. April 15, someone has been in my apartment. The books are different, just slightly. She doesn't think I notice. The entries continued, becoming increasingly paranoid, increasingly specific about someone, a woman entering the apartment, rearranging things, watching, waiting. The final entry was dated just 3 weeks ago. I know who she is now. She thinks she's so clever with her red hair and her smiles, but I found the truth in the library archives. This apartment was hers before it was mine, and now she wants it back. I won't let her take it. I have a plan. I closed the notebook and looked up at Mr. Chen. The previous tenant, I said slowly. Before Ms. Winters, who was it? Mr. Chen's brow furrowed. Let me think. It was vacant for almost a year before Ms. Winters, and before that. His voice trailed off as realization dawned on his face. A young woman, suicide, in the bathroom. That's why the unit was empty so long. My pulse quickened slightly as I moved toward the bathroom, the one room we hadn't yet examined. The door was closed. I turned the knob slowly, feeling a slight resistance before it gave way. The bathroom was as immaculate as the rest of the apartment. White tiles gleamed under the fluorescent light. The shower curtain was drawn back, revealing an empty tub. Towels hung perfectly aligned on the rack. The mirror above the sink reflected my face, the lines around my eyes deeper in this harsh light. Nothing seemed amiss until I noticed the medicine cabinet was slightly ajar. I opened it fully. Inside, prescription bottles stood in a neat row, all for Annabelle Winters, all for various antipsychotic medications, all recently filled. I closed the cabinet and caught something in the mirror's reflection, a small piece of paper tucked behind the toilet. Bending down, I retrieved it carefully. It was a photograph, water-damaged and creased. A woman with red hair stood in this very apartment, smiling at the camera. I turned it over, written on the back in faded ink, Elizabeth Bennet, 47B, 2019. The woman who had committed suicide. As I straightened up, my gaze fell on the bathtub drain. Something about it seemed off. The cover wasn't aligned properly. With gloved hands, I removed the drain cover and peered inside. A glint of metal caught my eye. Using a pen from my pocket, I carefully fished out a small key. "Mr. Chen," I said, holding up the key, "does this look familiar?" He squinted at it for a moment before his eyes widened. That's a storage key for the basement units." 20 minutes later, we stood before storage unit 47B in the building's dimly lit basement. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed intermittently, casting shifting shadows across the concrete floor. The key turned smoothly in the lock, and the metal door rolled up with a hollow rattle that echoed through the empty space. The smell hit us first, chemical, sharp, preservative. As Mr. Chen fumbled for the light switch and the single bulb illuminated the small space, I saw them. Dozens of jars arranged on metal shelving, each containing plants, herbs, flowers, small saplings suspended in clear liquid. Preserved, perfect, unnatural. And in the center of the room, a makeshift desk with notebooks, botanical texts, and a laptop. Pinned to the wall above it, newspaper clippings about Elizabeth Bennet's suicide. Next to them, surveillance photos of a woman with red hair taken from a distance through windows on the street. Not Elizabeth Bennet, someone else entirely. On the desk sat a leather-bound journal, open to the last entry. "She won't stop coming. I see her everywhere now, in my mirrors, outside my windows, in my dreams. The plants told me what to do. The preservation process works. I tested it enough times. Tonight I'll finally be free of her, and then this place will truly be mine." Mr. Chen's voice trembled beside me. "Detective, if that's not Elizabeth Bennet in those photos, who has Ms. Winters been seeing, and where is Ms. Winters now?" I didn't answer as I carefully lifted a cloth covering a large jar in the corner of the storage unit, a jar larger than all the others. Inside, suspended in the same clear liquid, a perfect red wig floated like exotic seaweed, its strands undulating slightly in the preservative. The investigation into Annabelle Winter's disappearance continued for months. We never found her. The apartment remained as she left it, pristine, perfect, a moment frozen in time. Eventually, Mr. Chen had to rent it out again. I still drive by Westlake Gardens sometimes, looking up at the windows of apartment 47B at night. I occasionally see a silhouette standing there, watching, just watching. And sometimes, in the right light at the right angle, I swear I can see long red hair moving gently, as if suspended in invisible currents of air. Story 3. I still remember the precise quality of light that afternoon, how the late autumn sun filtered through half-bare trees, casting long shadows across Detective Morrow's office. The room smelled of old coffee and the particular mustiness that comes from case files stored too long in dampened basement archives. I was reviewing witness statements when Morrow knocked twice on his own door before entering, a habit from years of respecting others' space. "We've got something unusual," he said, sliding a thin folder across the desk. The pale manila contrasted with the dark wood, and I noticed his fingerprints had left slight impressions on its corners. Woman named Elaine Mercer, 34, lives alone in that new apartment complex on Westland Avenue. I opened the file, the paper cool and smooth beneath my fingertips. Inside was a single photograph, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair standing at her kitchen counter, looking down at her phone. The image was grainy, slightly out of focus, but there was something immediately disturbing about it that I couldn't place. "What am I looking at?" I asked, my voice barely disturbing the stillness of the room. "That picture was taken from inside Ms. Mercer's apartment," Morrow said, his tone measured and calm. "But she lives alone, and she wasn't the one who took it." The realization settled slowly into my consciousness. This wasn't a selfie or a photo taken by a friend. Someone had been in her home, photographed her without her knowledge, and then left the image on her doorstep. Yesterday evening, Ms. Mercer received a text message from an unknown number, just 2 words, "I'm outside." She checked through her peephole, saw no one, but when she opened her door, she found this photograph. The clock on Morrow's wall ticked steadily as I studied the image more carefully. Elaine Mercer appeared utterly unaware of being watched. The angle suggested the photographer had been standing near her hallway, perhaps just outside her bedroom. In the background, I could make out a calendar on her refrigerator, a small plant on her windowsill, ordinary details of a life that had been invaded. "Has she noticed anything missing from her apartment?" I asked. "That's the thing," Morrow replied, leaning back in his chair. The leather creaked softly under his weight. "Nothing's been taken, no signs of forced entry. Her locks are intact. Security cameras in the lobby and hallways show no unknown visitors yesterday or in the past week." I traced the edge of the photograph with my index finger. "So whoever took this either has a key or knows how to move through the building without being seen," Morrow finished. The following morning, I met Elaine Mercer at her apartment. The building was one of those modern complexes with polished concrete floors and exposed ductwork, stylish but somehow impersonal. Ms. Mercer answered her door on the first knock. She was exactly as she appeared in the photograph, medium height, brown hair that fell just past her shoulders, and eyes that carried the weight of someone who hadn't slept. "Thank you for coming," she said, stepping aside to let me enter. I walked through her doorway with a heightened awareness, scanning the space and trying to see it through the eyes of whoever had stood here and captured that moment of her private life. The apartment was meticulously organized, books aligned on shelves, cushions perfectly positioned on the couch, kitchen counters clear except for a single coffee mug. "I've been staying with my sister," she explained, noticing my assessment of the space. "I only came back to meet you." "Can you walk me through what happened?" I asked, my voice deliberately soft, matching the hushed atmosphere of the apartment. Elaine moved to the kitchen counter, the same spot where she had been standing in the photograph. The similarity sent a subtle chill through the room. "I was here checking emails on my phone," she began. "It was about 6:30 in the evening. I'd just gotten home from work and hadn't even changed clothes yet." She gestured to the hallway that led to her bedroom. The text came through, and at first I thought it was my sister. She sometimes stops by unannounced. I nodded, encouraging her to continue. When I saw it was an unknown number, I got suspicious. I looked through the peephole but didn't see anyone. I almost didn't open the door, but she paused, inhaling slowly. I thought maybe someone had the wrong apartment. When I opened it, there was just the photograph placed right at my feet. "And you're certain no one has a key to your apartment?" I asked, though Morrow had already confirmed this. "No one," she said firmly. "I moved in just 4 months ago. The locks were changed before I moved in standard procedure for new tenants." I walked slowly around her living space, noting the windows all securely locked, the fire escape accessible only from outside, and the small balcony 10 floors up with no connecting balconies nearby. Nothing suggested an easy point of entry for an intruder. "Has anything unusual happened recently? New people in your life, changes in routine?" Elaine shook her head, then paused. "There was one thing, maybe. About 3 weeks ago, I felt like someone was watching me in the grocery store. I kept seeing the same man in different aisles, but then he checked out and left before I did, so I figured it was just coincidence." "Can you describe him?" "Average height, dark jacket, baseball cap pulled low." She frowned. I never saw his face clearly. Over the next few days, we interviewed everyone in Elaine's building. The maintenance staff, the doorman, her neighbors. No one had noticed anything unusual. We reviewed hours of security footage, tracing the movements of every person who entered or exited the building that day. Nothing stood out. The text message had come from a prepaid phone, purchased with cash at a convenience store 15 miles away. The store's security camera had been malfunctioning that day, a coincidence that felt increasingly deliberate as our investigation continued. On the 4th day, Elaine received another text. "You changed your shampoo. The new one smells better." She called me immediately, her voice tight with fear. "I did change my shampoo," she whispered. "Yesterday, I bought it at a store near my sister's house, not anywhere near here." I arrived at her sister's home within the hour. Elaine was sitting on the couch, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. Her sister, Catherine, stood by the window, periodically peeking through the blinds. "May I see your phone?" I asked. Elaine handed it to me without a word. The text was exactly as she had described. No threatening language, just an intimate observation that demonstrated an alarming level of knowledge about her daily habits. I scrolled through her recent calls and messages, looking for any pattern or clue. "I need to ask about your relationships," I said gently. "Anyone you've dated recently who might be holding a grudge." She shook her head. I broke up with someone about 8 months ago, but it was mutual. We've even had coffee since then, completely amicable. Coworkers, anyone who's shown unusual interest. There's a new account manager who asked me out a few times, but he took the rejection well. Still perfectly professional at work. We placed officers outside Catherine's house that night, but no one approached. The following day, we set up surveillance on Elaine's apartment, hoping the intruder might return. Hours passed without incident, the apartment remaining as still and untouched as a museum display. On the 6th day of our investigation, I was reviewing building maintenance records when something caught my attention. 3 months ago, before Elaine had moved in, there had been a complaint about a strange odor coming from the apartment's air vents. Maintenance had investigated but found nothing unusual. I returned to Elaine's apartment that afternoon, this time with a building engineer. We examined every inch of the HVAC system, tracing the ventilation paths through the building. These newer buildings, the engineer explained, they're designed with shared ventilation systems, more efficient for heating and cooling, but he left the implication hanging in the air. We removed the vent cover in Elaine's bedroom closet. The metal grate was dusty, but otherwise unremarkable. The engineer shone his flashlight into the dark rectangular opening. "That's odd," he murmured. "What is it?" I asked, leaning closer. "This vent connects to a maintenance shaft. It shouldn't be accessible from the apartment units." He reached into the opening, his hand disappearing up to the wrist. "There's something here." What he pulled out made my stomach tighten. A small digital camera, no larger than a deck of cards, attached to a thin metal clamp that had secured it to the inside of the vent. The lens was positioned perfectly to capture a narrow view of Elaine's bedroom. "We need to check all the vents," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. By the end of our search, we had found 3 more cameras, one in the living room vent, one in the bathroom, and one in the kitchen. Each was positioned to capture different areas of the apartment. Each had been recording Elaine's most private moments. The building's maintenance records revealed that a contractor named James Linden had worked on the ventilation system during the renovation before Elaine moved in. His background check had been clean, his references impeccable. But when we tried to locate him, we discovered that the address on his employment forms led to an abandoned storefront. His phone number was disconnected. The references who had vouched for him didn't exist. We set a trap. Elaine agreed to return to her apartment, with plainclothes officers stationed throughout the building. We removed the cameras but left the vents open, making it appear as though they hadn't been discovered. Then we waited. For 2 days, nothing happened. Elaine went about her normal routine, though I could see the strain in her movements, the way she would sometimes pause mid-action, aware that she might still be watched. On the 3rd night at 2:37 a.m., the motion sensors we had placed in the ventilation shafts were triggered. Officers converged on the maintenance access point on the floor above Elaine's apartment. They found a man emerging from the shaft, carrying a backpack that contained new cameras and a laptop with videos of Elaine dating back 3 months before she had even moved in. He had been watching the apartment's previous tenant as well. The man wasn't James Linden. That identity had been completely fabricated. His real name was Eric Whitaker, a former HVAC technician who had been fired from 3 different companies for concerning behavior. He had used his knowledge of building systems to create invisible pathways through the walls and ventilation shafts, allowing him to move between apartments unseen. In his rented storage unit, we found dozens of photographs and hundreds of hours of video footage of women in various apartment buildings across the city. Some dated back 5 years. None of the women had known they were being watched. Elaine Mercer was the only one he had ever contacted directly. When we asked him why, his answer was as simple as it was disturbing. "She noticed me in the grocery store," he said, his voice so matter-of-fact that it took a moment for the words to register. No one had ever noticed me before. The case was closed, but I still think about those invisible pathways through the walls, those secret spaces where someone could watch without being seen. I think about how many buildings might have similar vulnerabilities, how many people might be observed without their knowledge. Sometimes at night I find myself looking up at my own vents, listening for the soft sounds of someone moving through spaces that should be empty. And I wonder about all the things we don't see, even when they're right in front of us, hidden in plain sight. Story 4, they were cleaning the attic when they found a bundle of letters sealed in faded envelopes. Each was addressed to the same name, someone who had never lived there. But the most recent letter bore her own name and a message that read, "Welcome home." I remember the first time I set foot in the Harmon house, a weathered Victorian on Maple Street with peeling blue paint and windows that seemed to watch you as you passed. It was mid-October, the air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, the kind of day that feels like a held breath, waiting for something to happen. I wasn't supposed to be there. Detective Simmons had called in sick, and as the department's newest investigator, I was next in line. Just a routine follow-up, my lieutenant had said, sliding the thin case file across his desk. The new owner found some odd letters, probably nothing. Sarah Keller had purchased the house 3 months ago, moving from Chicago after a divorce that had left her searching for a fresh start. She'd chosen our small town of Millfield for its quiet streets and distance from her past. What she hadn't expected was to inherit someone else's mysteries. The porch steps creaked as I ascended, the sound merging with the gentle rustling of nearby oak trees. Sarah answered on the second knock. She had the look of someone who hadn't been sleeping well, dark circles under alert eyes, hair pulled back hastily, fingers that couldn't quite stay still. "Thank you for coming," she said, leading me inside. The house smelled of lemon cleaner and old wood. I know it probably sounds ridiculous. The living room was half unpacked, cardboard boxes labeled in neat handwriting stacked against freshly painted walls. She had been trying to make it hers, I realized, to erase whatever came before. "Nothing sounds ridiculous in this line of work," I assured her, settling into an armchair that felt too stiff, too new. "Tell me about these letters." Sarah disappeared into another room, returning with a shoebox. She handled it carefully, as if its contents might bite. "I found these while cleaning out the attic last Saturday. They were hidden behind some loose floorboards." She placed the box on the coffee table between us and removed the lid. Inside lay a stack of envelopes, yellowed with age, tied together with what looked like an old shoelace. The top envelope caught my attention immediately. Unlike the others, it appeared new, the paper still crisp and white. "May I asked, and she nodded. I slipped on a pair of latex gloves, standard procedure, though this didn't feel like a standard case, and carefully untied the bundle. The older envelopes were addressed to someone named Alina Winters, a name that meant nothing to me. The handwriting was elegant but firm, the kind you don't see much anymore. Each envelope was sealed but bore no return address or postmark. "Did you open any of them?" I asked, looking up at Sarah. She hesitated. Just the top one, the new one, it has my name on it. I turned over the white envelope. There it was in the same handwriting as the others. Sarah Keller. No address, just her name, written as if the sender knew exactly where to find her. And inside, Sarah's voice dropped to just above a whisper, a single sheet of paper with the words, "Welcome home." A chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air settled over me. I carefully opened the envelope to see for myself. The message was exactly as she described, written in black ink that seemed to glisten slightly, as if not quite dry. "The previous owners," I began. "What can you tell me about them?" Sarah sank into the couch across from me. "Not much. An elderly couple named Bergman. They'd lived here for decades. Mr. Bergman died about a year ago, and Mrs. Bergman moved to a nursing home in Hartford. My realtor said she didn't want anything to do with the house after her husband passed. I made a note to contact the Bergmans, though something told me this mystery predated them. And no one named Alina Winters ever lived here, to your knowledge." "No, I checked with my neighbor, Mrs. Collins. She's been on this street for 50 years. She never heard of an Alina Winters." I carefully examined one of the older envelopes, holding it up to the soft lamp light. There was something inside, but without opening it, I couldn't tell what. The paper felt heavier than it should. "Do you mind if I take these to the station? We should process them properly." Sarah nodded quickly, relief washing over her features. "Please do. I haven't been able to sleep well since finding them. It feels like..." She trailed off. "Like what?" I prompted gently. "Like the house is trying to tell me something." I didn't respond to that. Instead, I packed the letters back into their box and made a few more notes. We discussed the security of the house, locks, windows, alarm system, and I assured her we would increase patrols in the area. Standard reassurances that felt hollow even as I offered them. As I was leaving, something made me pause on the porch. "Sarah, has anything else unusual happened since you moved in? Anything at all?" She looked down at her hands. "Sometimes I hear typing, late at night, like someone using an old typewriter, but when I check, there's nothing." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. "If you hear or see anything else, call me directly." I handed her my card. "Anytime." The next morning, I spread the letters across my desk at the station. With proper authorization, I carefully opened the oldest envelope. Inside was a letter dated April 17, 1957. The paper was thin but sturdy, the kind used in quality stationery decades ago. "Dearest Alina, the house misses you. It speaks of you in the quiet hours when the world sleeps and only I remain awake to listen. Come back to us. The room upstairs is just as you left it. Forever yours, a devoted friend." One by one, I opened the remaining letters. They spanned decades, the most recent of the yellowed envelopes dated 1992. All addressed to Alina Winters, all from the same unnamed sender, all describing how the house missed her, needed her, was waiting for her return. I ran Alina's name through our databases and reached out to neighboring departments. By afternoon, I had a hit. Alina Winters had been reported missing in 1957, last seen at her home, the very same house on Maple Street. The case had gone cold after a few months of investigation. No body was ever found. No suspects were ever named. The original case file was in storage, a thin folder filled with faded typewritten reports and black and white photographs. Alina had been 27, a schoolteacher engaged to be married. Her fiancé had an ironclad alibi for the night she disappeared. The detective in charge had noted only one unusual detail. Aliner's typewriter was missing from her desk, though nothing else had been taken from the house. A typewriter, the sound Sarah reported hearing at night. I drove back to the Harmon house as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the front yard. This time I brought a colleague, Detective Rivera, an experienced officer with a calm demeanor I needed right now. Sarah answered the door quickly, as if she'd been waiting for us. "You found something," she said. It wasn't a question. In her living room, I explained what we discovered about Aliner Winters. Sarah grew paler with each detail. "I want to check your attic again," I said, "the area where you found the letters." The three of us climbed the narrow stairs to the attic, the wooden steps groaning under our weight. The space was mostly empty now, Sarah having cleared out the previous owner's abandoned belongings. "It was there," she said, pointing to a corner where the roof sloped down to meet the floor, "behind those boards." Rivera and I carefully examined the area. The floorboards were indeed loose, as if they'd been removed and replaced many times over the years. I pried them up with a small crowbar, revealing a narrow space beneath, empty. "There might be other hidden spaces," I suggested. "These old houses often have them." We spent the next hour measuring walls and tapping for hollow sounds. In the far corner, behind what appeared to be an immovable shelving unit, we found it, a small door painted to match the wall, invisible unless you were looking for it. The hinges protested as I pulled it open, revealing a space barely large enough for a person to sit. Inside was a small desk, and on it an old Underwood typewriter, a sheet of paper still rolled inside. Sarah gasped behind me. "That wasn't here when I cleaned, I swear it wasn't." Rivera shined his flashlight over the typewriter. The paper contained a half-finished letter. "Dearest Sarah, welcome home. I've waited so long for someone who could hear the house speaking. Aliner never came back, but you're here now. We have so much to tell you." I felt Sarah tense beside me, her breath catching. "Who?" she began. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we're going to find out." The investigation continued for weeks. We found no fingerprints on the typewriter or letters except Sarah's and mine. The paper and ink from the newest letter matched those available at any office supply store. The older letters were genuine vintage paper, consistent with their purported dates. We tracked down Mrs. Bergman at her nursing home in Hartford. She remembered finding letters in the attic years ago, but had thrown them away, frightened by their content. She hadn't told her husband. "That house has secrets," she told me, her aged hands trembling slightly. "Sometimes, late at night, my husband would go up to the attic. He said he was checking for leaks, but he'd be gone for hours. When he came back, he seemed different, distant. Mr. Bergman had died of a heart attack in the attic." The case remains officially open but inactive. Sarah moved out 2 weeks after our discovery, unable to stay in a house where, as she put it, the walls know my name. The Harmon house stands empty once again, a for sale sign swaying gently in the front yard. I drive by sometimes, usually at dusk when the windows reflect the dying light. I think about Aliner Winters, a young woman who vanished without a trace. I think about Mr. Bergman, alone in that attic night after night. And I think about the typewriter we removed as evidence, now locked in our storage room. Sometimes the night clerk says he hears typing from that room, faint but persistent, like someone trying to finish a letter. I tell him it's just the old building settling. I tell myself the same thing. But last week, when I was alone in the evidence room, I found a sheet of paper next to the box typewriter. A single line was typed in the center. "The house is waiting for you to come home." I've put in for a transfer to another department. Some mysteries, I've decided, are better left unsolved. Story 5. I still remember the quality of light that afternoon. It was the kind that filters through heavy hotel curtains, diffused, dusty, almost tangible. The Parkview Hotel had always been a quiet place. 5 floors of muted luxury in a part of town that was neither fashionable nor forgotten, just there, like most of the guests who passed through its revolving doors. My name is Detective James Mercer. I've been with the department for 17 years, and I specialize in cases that others might call peculiar. This one began with a phone call on a Tuesday in late October, when the air was just beginning to carry the first hints of winter. "Detective, this is Margaret Kane from the Parkview Hotel. Something unusual has happened." Her voice trembled slightly, not the panic of someone who has discovered violence, but the unease of someone whose orderly world has been disrupted in a way they cannot explain. I drove slowly through the afternoon traffic, allowing myself to settle into the methodical rhythm that each new case required. The hotel's facade was unremarkable: red brick, brass fixtures, an awning that had once been green but had faded to a muted olive. Inside, the lobby smelled of furniture polish and the faint perfume of fresh flowers that stood in a crystal vase on the reception desk. Margaret Kane was a woman in her 50s, hair pulled back in a severe bun, glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. Her fingers moved nervously over the registry book as she explained. "Room 609 has been vacant for 3 days. It's listed as unoccupied in our system." She turned the screen toward me, showing me the digital registry. "But this morning, Alina, one of our housekeepers, went in to prepare the room for a new guest arriving tomorrow." She paused, her fingers coming to rest on the edge of the counter. "And she found someone there, a man sitting by the window, just sitting there staring out. He didn't respond when she spoke to him." The elevator to the 6th floor was lined with mirrors and polished brass. I watched my reflection fragment and multiply as the doors closed. The soft hum of machinery carried us upward, a gentle pressure against my ears as we ascended. The hallway was carpeted in a deep burgundy that absorbed the sound of my footsteps. Room 609 was at the end, overlooking the small city park that gave the hotel its name. The door was propped open with a housekeeping cart. Inside, the room appeared untouched. The bed was made with hospital corners, the pillows arranged with mathematical precision. The bathroom door stood open, revealing gleaming tiles and folded towels. Nothing seemed out of place. "Except for the suitcase." It sat on the luggage rack at the foot of the bed, an old-fashioned leather case with brass fittings, the kind you might see in a film from the 1940s. Not the lightweight, wheeled luggage that modern travelers preferred. "Alina went to get security," Margaret explained, her voice hushed as if we were in a library. "When they returned, the man was gone, but the suitcase was still here. We didn't touch it." I pulled on a pair of latex gloves, the soft snap as they stretched over my fingers echoing in the quiet room. The case wasn't locked. The latches released with a satisfying click that spoke of quality craftsmanship from another era. Inside there were no clothes, no toiletries, no personal items of any kind. Just photographs. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, all of the same woman, Elena Vasquez, the housekeeper who had discovered the man. Some were clearly taken from a distance, Elena walking to her car in the staff parking lot, Elena shopping at a grocery store, Elena sitting at a bus stop looking at her phone. Others were more intimate, Elena through a window cooking dinner, Elena asleep on a couch, a book fallen open on her chest. "Where is Ms. Vasquez now?" I asked, carefully closing the suitcase. "In the staff room, she's quite upset." I nodded, making a note in my small leather-bound notebook. The hotel kept no security cameras in the hallways, a privacy feature advertised to their more discerning clients. The lobby cameras had shown no one entering or leaving who matched the vague description Elena had given, a man of average height, average build, wearing a dark suit. Average, forgettable, invisible. Elena sat with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had gone cold. Her eyes lifted to mine when I entered, then darted away. "I've never seen him before," she said before I could ask. He just sat there, looking out the window. I said, "Excuse me, sir," twice. He didn't move, didn't even blink. She shivered, though the room was warm. And his eyes, they were so pale, almost colorless. I spread a few of the photographs on the table before her. Her hand flew to her mouth. These are me. How, who would? "Do you recognize any of these locations?" I asked gently. She nodded, pointing with a trembling finger. "This is outside my apartment. This is the park where I take my lunch sometimes. This," her voice faltered, "this is my bedroom." The investigation unfolded with the slow deliberation of a chess game. Elena's apartment showed no signs of forced entry, but I found 3 listening devices, small, sophisticated, and expensive. The kind used by private investigators or corporate espionage specialists. Hotel records revealed that room 609 had been occupied exactly 1 year ago, for 3 nights, by a guest who paid in cash and gave the name John Smith. The handwriting in the registry from that time matched a note found in the suitcase. "She will remember soon." Elena insisted she had no idea what that might mean. No spurned lovers, no workplace rivalries, no connections to anyone who might have the resources or motivation for such elaborate surveillance. The fingerprints on the suitcase belonged to no one in our database. The photographs had been printed on paper available at any office supply store. The listening devices were a model sold widely online. Dead ends, all of them, like trying to catch smoke with your hands. 2 weeks into the investigation, Elena Vasquez disappeared. Her apartment was found empty, her few possessions neatly packed away. Her final paycheck from the hotel remained unclaimed. The neighboring apartment reported hearing voices the night before, a man and a woman speaking quietly, not arguing, just talking for hours, then silence. On her kitchen table I found a single photograph I hadn't seen before. Elena and a man sitting at a cafe. She was laughing. He had his arm around her shoulders. His face was clearly visible now, ordinary features, kind eyes. The same man who had been sitting in room 609, according to her description. Written on the back in handwriting I now recognized. Now she remembers. I keep that photograph in my desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night, I take it out and study their faces. They look happy. They look like they belong together. The case remains officially open, classified as a missing persons investigation. But sometimes I wonder if Elena Vasquez was ever really missing, or if she simply returned to a life she had forgotten or been made to forget. Room 609 at the Parkview Hotel remains one of our department's unsolved mysteries. The suitcase sits in our evidence locker, the photographs carefully catalogued. Occasionally, a new detective will pull the file, read through my notes, and ask questions I can't answer. Why would someone go to such lengths to watch a hotel housekeeper? What was the significance of that particular room? What did Elena finally remember? I've learned over my years of detective work that not every mystery has a solution. Some stories don't end, they simply change into different stories. The line between stalking and reunion, between fear and recognition, can be as thin as a hotel room curtain, filtering the afternoon light into something both beautiful and strange. Sometimes when I drive past the Parkview Hotel, I find myself looking up at the 6th floor at the window of room 609. I never see anyone there, but I always imagine someone looking back, someone average, forgettable, invisible, waiting patiently for recognition in the eyes of someone who has forgotten what should never have been forgotten. The case file remains open, but Elena Vasquez, wherever she is, has closed her chapter of the story. I hope for her sake that she's written herself a happy ending. Story 6. I can still feel the leather of the steering wheel under my fingertips when I think about it. That peculiar afternoon in late October when the air hung still, suspended between the warmth of dying summer and the creeping chill of autumn. My partner and I were driving back from interviewing a witness in an unrelated case, something mundane about insurance fraud that I've long since forgotten. We'd taken a detour off the highway, one of those impulse decisions when you've been on the road too long and need to break the monotony. That's when we found Millbrook. The memory remains unnervingly precise. The way the road curved gently downward into a valley, trees parting like theater curtains to reveal a postcard-perfect small town nestled between rolling hills. White church steeple piercing the sky, red brick storefronts with striped awnings, American flags fluttering from lamp posts. "I never knew this was here," Diane said beside me, her voice soft with surprise. In our 15 years working cases in the county, neither of us had ever stumbled upon this place, yet there it stood, undeniably real. We slowed as we entered the town limits, passing a weathered wooden sign, "Welcome to Millbrook, Est 1887, Pop 512. The dashboard clock read 4:17 p.m. Main Street unfolded before us, impossibly quaint. A diner with chrome fixtures gleaming in the afternoon sun. A barber shop with its candy-striped pole turning lazily. A hardware store with gardening tools displayed on the sidewalk. Children, 3 or 4 of them, were playing some variant of tag, darting between parked cars with delighted shrieks that filtered through our half-open windows. "Should we stop?" Diane asked, already reaching for her notebook, an old habit. Something about the scene had caught her investigator's instinct. I shook my head. We should get those files back to the office before end of day. So we continued through town at a leisurely 25 miles per hour. I remember the smell that drifted through our open windows as we passed a bakery, warm yeast and sugar, so potent I could almost taste it. An elderly man sweeping the sidewalk nodded as we passed. 2 women paused their conversation to watch our unfamiliar car. We crossed railroad tracks that bisected the town, then passed the elementary school, a brick building with a playground where more children were playing under the watchful eyes of 2 adults. And then we were through it, climbing back up the valley's opposite side, Millbrook receding in our rearview mirror until the trees swallowed it completely. The entire passage had taken less than 5 minutes. "Pretty place," Diane commented, already flipping through her notes about our earlier interview. It was, I agreed, and we continued on our way back to the station. 3 weeks later, we had reason to return to the area, a routine follow-up with our insurance fraud witness, and I suggested we take the same scenic route. "Let's stop in that town this time," I said. "Millbrook, I could use a coffee from somewhere that isn't the office pot." Diane agreed, and we watched for the turnoff, that gentle curve downward into the valley. We found it easily enough and descended along the familiar road. But Millbrook wasn't there. What we found was a clearing, perhaps half a mile wide, overgrown with tall grass and scattered with young saplings. No roads, no buildings, no railroad tracks cutting across the valley floor. Did we make a wrong turn? Diane wondered aloud, though both of us knew we hadn't. I pulled over, tires crunching on gravel. We sat in silence for a long moment, confusion settling like a fog between us. "This isn't right," I finally said, stating the obvious. We got out of the car. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, but no trace of that bakery or the other signs of human habitation we'd both witnessed. I walked into the tall grass, feeling it brush against my pants' legs. Diane followed, her notebook already in hand. "There should be a street here," she said. "Main Street." I nodded, looking around at nothing but meadow stretching to the tree line. No foundations, no ruins, no sign that humans had ever occupied this valley. We spent nearly an hour searching the area, walking in widening circles from where our car was parked. Found nothing but wildflowers, the occasional beer can, and a rusted horseshoe that could have been there for a century. Back at the county records office, we searched for any mention of a town called Millbrook. Found nothing in the current records. When we expanded to historical archives, we discovered a single reference, a surveyor's note from 1886 proposing a settlement in that very valley to be called Millbrook. But according to all official records, the town was never established. We requested satellite imagery of the area. Nothing but uninterrupted forest canopy with the clearing visible in more recent images. No roads leading to it except the county highway that skirted the valley. "Maybe we imagined it," Diane suggested one evening as we pored over maps in the dim light of my desk lamp, long after our colleagues had gone home. But her voice lacked conviction. We both knew what we'd seen. I called the local historical society next. The elderly archivist listened patiently to my description of the town we'd driven through. "Sounds like you saw a ghost town," she said, but not in the way people usually mean it. Her voice had taken on a hushed quality. "Every few years, someone reports driving through a town in that valley. Always the same description, quaint, perfect, like something from another time. But there's never been a town there, not one that was ever completed and inhabited." "Then what did we see?" I asked. A long pause on the line. "There was a train derailment in 1887, she finally said, carrying settlers and building materials to establish a new community in that valley. No survivors. The project was abandoned afterward. Bad omen, they said." I felt a chill despite the office's overheated air. "The accounts," she continued slowly, "always mention children playing, the smell of bread, a sense of completeness, as if you're seeing what might have been." After I hung up, Diane and I sat in silence, the only sound the gentle hum of the fluorescent lights overhead and the distant ticking of the wall clock in the hallway. "We should go back," she said finally. And we did multiple times over the following months. The clearing remained just that, a clearing. No town, no people. Once at dusk, we thought we heard children's laughter carried on the wind, but it was likely just birds or our imagination working overtime. We eventually closed our unofficial investigation, filed no report. What would we say? That we'd driven through a town that never existed, that we'd witnessed some kind of temporal anomaly or mass hallucination. Yet sometimes, when I'm driving alone on country roads and happen upon an unfamiliar small town, I find myself checking records afterward, confirming its existence. And sometimes, late at night when sleep evades me, I wonder about those children playing in Millbrook streets, about the lives being lived in a place that history says was never built. Were we granted a glimpse into what might have been? Or perhaps, more unsettlingly, what still is, somewhere just adjacent to our reality, separated by some cosmic barrier that occasionally thins enough to let travelers like us pass through. I don't expect to find answers, but I keep the satellite images in my desk drawer, a reminder of a mystery that defies explanation. And sometimes, on quiet autumn afternoons when the light slants just so, I catch myself looking for that particular curve in the road, the one that might lead me back to a town that disappeared overnight or perhaps never appeared at all. Story 7. The soft glow of the desk lamp cast long shadows across the case files spread before me. Outside, autumn rain tapped gently against the windows of my office, creating a soothing rhythm that belied the unsettling nature of what I was investigating. I'd been a detective in this small coastal town for 15 years, but nothing in my experience had prepared me for the Elliot Mercer case. I take another sip of my cooling coffee, feeling its slight bitterness linger on my tongue as I carefully turn the pages of the file. The paper feels rough beneath my fingertips, the weight of the information it contains somehow making it seem heavier than it should be. The case had come to me 3 weeks ago on a similarly rainy night when a call came in from Cedar Lane, a quiet, tree-lined street where nothing unusual ever happened. Until it did. The dispatcher's voice had been unusually calm that night as she relayed the information. Detective, we have a situation at 1487 Cedar Lane. A man has returned home. A man the family says has been missing and presumed dead for 7 years. I remember the drive there, windshield wipers creating a hypnotic back and forth motion as I processed what little information I had. Missing persons cases weren't uncommon in our jurisdiction. People leave, start over, sometimes return, but presumed dead for 7 years, that was different. The Mercer family home was a well-maintained Victorian, its warm yellow light spilling onto the wet driveway as I arrived. Martha Mercer greeted me at the door, her eyes wide with a mixture of joy and something else, something I couldn't quite place at the time but would come to understand later. Confusion, fear. "He's in the living room," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "My husband, he's back." I followed her through a narrow hallway lined with family photographs. I noticed one of them immediately, a wedding photo, showing Martha beside a tall man with kind eyes and a distinctive cleft in his chin. Elliot Mercer, according to the case file I would later compile. The living room was warm, a fire crackling softly in the hearth. Seated in an armchair, hands folded neatly in his lap, was a man who matched the photograph perfectly. Same cleft chin, same kind eyes, same slight tilt of the head. He stood when I entered, offering his hand with a gentle smile. "Detective," he said simply, "I understand my return has caused some confusion." His voice was smooth, measured, the voice of someone completely at ease. Too at ease, perhaps, for a man who had been missing for 7 years. I shook his hand, noting how cold his skin felt despite the warmth of the room. "Mr. Mercer," I replied, taking a seat across from him. "Perhaps you could explain where you've been all this time." He smiled again, that same gentle smile that never quite reached his eyes. "I was in an accident," he said. "Head trauma. I've spent years recovering in a small hospital in New Mexico. I had no identification, no memory, until 3 weeks ago when everything suddenly came back." It was a plausible explanation. Amnesia cases, while rare, did happen. But something in the room felt wrong, a tension that hung in the air like the lingering scent of something burned. Martha stood behind her husband's chair, her fingers gripping the fabric so tightly her knuckles had turned white. Their son, Thomas, a teenager now who would have been just a child when his father disappeared, stood in the doorway, watching with an expression that should have been joy, but instead looked like apprehension. "Of course, we'll need to verify your identity," I said, keeping my tone conversational. "Standard procedure in these cases." "Of course," he agreed readily, too readily. As the weeks passed, the investigation took strange turns. Fingerprints confirmed he was Elliot Mercer. DNA matched the samples on file from before his disappearance. His knowledge of family history was impeccable: birthdays, anniversaries, childhood stories that only the real Elliot Mercer could know. By all measurable metrics, this man was exactly who he claimed to be. Yet the file before me contained statements from Martha Mercer, taken in private when her husband wasn't home. "He looks like Elliot, talks like Elliot," she had told me, her voice barely above a whisper during our third interview. "But sometimes I catch him staring at photographs, studying them like he's memorizing details, and he doesn't cast a reflection in mirrors. I know how that sounds, detective, I know, but I've seen it with my own eyes." I dismissed it at first, the trauma of losing a spouse, then having them return unexpectedly. It could cause all sorts of psychological responses. But then came the statement from Thomas, also taken privately. "Dad used to be right-handed," the boy had said, his voice steady but his hands shaking. "Now he writes with his left, and he doesn't smell right. Dad always smelled like sandalwood. This man, he doesn't smell like anything at all." I turn another page in the file, revealing photographs taken from the Mercer family album. Elliot before his disappearance, smiling, alive, vibrant, and recent photographs I had taken myself during the investigation. Same face, same smile, same cleft chin. Identical in every way, yet somehow different. The clock on my office wall ticks softly as I review the medical examiner's notes. No abnormalities found, blood type matched, dental records confirmed. The man living with Martha and Thomas Mercer was, according to every scientific measure available to us, Elliot Mercer. And yet, I reach for the final folder in the stack, the one I had been avoiding. Inside was the report that had arrived just this morning, causing me to reopen a case I had been ready to close. A report from a small cemetery in Arizona, responding to my request for information. The paper feels unusually heavy as I lift it from the folder, the words upon it seeming to vibrate with wrongness. Remains recovered from grave site matched dental records of Elliot Mercer, reported missing 7 years ago from your jurisdiction. Body shows no signs of exhumation or disturbance. Please advise on how to proceed. The rain continues its gentle tapping against my window as I stare at the report. In a house on Cedar Lane, a man who cannot exist sits at a dinner table with a family who both welcomes and fears him. A man with Elliot Mercer's face, Elliot Mercer's memories, Elliot Mercer's DNA. A man who casts no reflection. I close the file and reach for my phone. Whatever is happening in the Mercer household, it needs to end tonight. As I dial Martha's number, I catch a glimpse of movement in my office window, a reflection that shouldn't be there, watching me from behind. I turn quickly, but my office is empty. When I look back at the window, the reflection is gone. The phone rings once, twice, 3 times before Martha answers. "He knows," she whispers. "He knows we know." And then the line goes dead. Outside, the rain stops abruptly, leaving behind a silence more unsettling than any sound could be. Story 8. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the antique shop, nestled between a coffee house and a bookstore on Maple Street. The afternoon sun filtered through dusty windows, casting honey-colored light across objects that whispered of forgotten histories. The air inside hung heavy with the scent of old wood and polished brass, and as the door closed behind me, the city noise faded to a distant hum. I wasn't looking for anything in particular that day, just browsing, letting my fingers trail across weathered book spines and delicate porcelain. But then in the back corner of the shop, partially shrouded by a faded velvet curtain, I saw it, the mirror, 6 feet tall in an ornate mahogany frame, with carvings of intertwined vines and flowers so detailed they seemed almost alive in the dim light. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The shop owner's voice startled me. He was an elderly man with wire-rimmed glasses perched on a sharp nose, his eyes cloudy yet somehow penetrating. Victorian era, late 1800s. "How much?" I asked, already mentally rearranging my bedroom to accommodate this magnificent piece. His expression shifted then, so subtly I almost missed it. A tightening around the eyes, a slight downward pull of his mouth. "I don't recommend that particular item," he said quietly. "Perhaps this smaller mirror would better suit your needs." He gestured toward a simple round mirror on a nearby table. But I couldn't look away from the Victorian piece. Its glass was flawless, reflecting the cluttered shop with perfect clarity. Something about it called to me, like a whispered name from across a crowded room. "I'll take the Victorian one," I insisted, reaching for my wallet. The shop owner sighed, a sound like autumn leaves rustling across pavement. "Very well, but I must warn you this mirror has a history." I smiled politely, assuming this was just a sales tactic, a story to justify the price tag. Don't all antiques? He didn't return my smile. "This one remembers," he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. 2 movers delivered the mirror to my apartment the next day. I positioned it in my bedroom, opposite my bed, where the morning light would catch it. That night, I fell asleep gazing at my own reflection, finding comfort in the familiar contours of my face framed by the exquisite woodwork. I woke at 3:17 a.m. The digital clock's red numbers were the only illumination in the room, casting a faint crimson glow that barely reached the corners. Something had pulled me from sleep, a sound perhaps, or a change in the air pressure. I lay still, listening to the silence of my apartment. Then I saw it, in the mirror barely visible in the dim light, a face, not my own. It was the face of a young woman, maybe in her 20s. Pale skin, dark hair pulled back, eyes that seemed to be looking directly at me. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs. When I blinked, the face was gone, replaced by the shadowy outline of my own reflection. A dream, I told myself as I switched on the bedside lamp, just a dream bleeding into those first moments of wakefulness. The mirror showed only me now, wide-eyed and tense. The next morning I discovered something odd. The mirror's surface was covered with faint fingerprints, as if someone had pressed their hands against the glass repeatedly. I cleaned it thoroughly with glass cleaner, watching as the blue liquid erased each smudge. That same night I dreamed of a woman crying. Her sobs seemed to echo within the walls of my bedroom, and when I opened my eyes, I could have sworn I saw her again in the mirror, her face tear-streaked and desperate. By morning, the glass was once again covered with fingerprints. This pattern continued for a week. Each night, glimpses of the woman, sometimes crying, sometimes simply staring, once frantically pounding against the glass as if trying to break through. And each morning, fingerprints. No matter how many times I cleaned the mirror, they always returned. Not my fingerprints, they were smaller, with longer, more delicate fingers. I began researching the history of the mirror. The shop owner reluctantly provided the name of the previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, who had sold several antiques to him after inheriting them from her grandmother. I traced Eleanor to a nearby suburb and called her on a rainy Sunday afternoon. The Victorian mirror, her voice tightened when I mentioned it. Yes, it belonged to my grandmother. Before that, it was in my great-aunt Victoria's home on Sycamore Drive. Did you ever notice anything unusual about it? I asked carefully. The silence stretched for several seconds. Why do you ask? I described what I'd been experiencing, the face in the night, the fingerprints each morning. My grandmother used to talk about the mirror, Eleanor finally said. She believed it belonged to a woman named Lillian Mercer in the early 1900s. According to family stories, Lillian disappeared from her home in 1912. Her husband claimed she had run off with another man, but no one ever saw her again. And the mirror, I prompted, feeling a chill spread through my chest. It was sold at an estate sale after the husband remarried and moved away. My great-aunt bought it because she loved the craftsmanship. Eleanor paused. Grandmother always claimed she could see Lillian in it sometimes. We all thought it was just her imagination, the fancies of an old woman. After speaking with Eleanor, I visited the local historical society. In their archives, I found a photograph of Lillian Mercer standing beside her husband on their wedding day in 1908. My hands trembled as I stared at the image. The pale skin, the dark hair pulled back, the same face I'd been seeing in my mirror. I dug deeper, spending hours poring over old newspapers on microfiche. Lillian's disappearance had warranted only a small article on page 6 of the local paper. Her husband, Edward Mercer, reported that she had left a note confessing to an affair and stating her intention to leave town with her lover. The police had conducted only a cursory investigation. What caught my attention was a small detail mentioned toward the end of the article. When asked if anything else was missing from the house, Edward Mercer had mentioned only one item, a silver hairbrush that had belonged to Lillian's mother. Over the next few days, I researched Edward Mercer. He had remarried just 6 months after Lillian's disappearance to a woman named Catherine Walsh. They moved to Chicago in 1914, where Edward established a successful law practice. He died in 1946, survived by his second wife and their 3 children. No trace of Lillian was ever found. The night after completing my research, I woke again to find Lillian's face in the mirror. This time she seemed calmer, watching me with sad eyes. Almost unconsciously, I raised my hand toward the glass. To my shock, she did the same. Our fingertips seemed to meet at the surface of the mirror, separated only by the thin barrier of glass. "What happened to you?" I whispered. The mirror's surface rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and then slowly the reflection changed. I was no longer seeing my darkened bedroom, but a different room altogether, a bedroom furnished in the style of the early 1900s. Lillian stood by a dresser, brushing her hair with a silver hairbrush. A man entered the room behind her, Edward, I presumed, his face flushed with anger. They argued. I couldn't hear the words, but their body language told the story. His accusations, her denials, his hand raising the heavy crystal paperweight from the desk, her eyes widening in terror. I watched horrified as Edward struck her, watched as she collapsed, watched as he carefully wrapped her body in the bedroom rug, as he cleaned the blood from the hardwood floor, as he sat at the desk and wrote a note in careful, feminine handwriting. And then, most chillingly, I watched as he stood before this very mirror, straightening his tie, composing his face into an expression of confusion and distress before going to alert the neighbors that his wife had disappeared. The surface of the mirror rippled again, and I was looking at Lillian's face once more. Her eyes held mine, pleading, desperate. Understanding flooded through me. The mirror had witnessed Lillian's murder. Somehow it had retained that memory, that moment, trapped in the glass like an image burned into a photographic plate. The next day I contacted a detective in the cold case division. Detective Morgan was skeptical but listened patiently to my story. I left out the supernatural elements, focusing instead on the historical inconsistencies I'd uncovered about Lillian's disappearance. The hasty remarriage, the minimal investigation, the contradiction between the reputation Lillian had enjoyed in the community and the supposed affair. "It's an interesting theory," Detective Morgan said when I finished, "but without evidence, there's not much we can do with a case over 100 years old." "What if there was evidence?" I asked. "What if we could find her body?" According to my research, the Mercer house on Sycamore Drive still stood, though it had been converted into apartments in the 1970s. The property records showed no major renovations or excavations of the grounds since Edward Mercer's time. It took weeks of persistence, historical research, and eventually the interest of a true crime podcast before Detective Morgan obtained a warrant to search the property. Using ground-penetrating radar, they discovered an anomaly beneath what had once been the garden, but was now a small parking area behind the building. 6 feet below the asphalt, wrapped in the decayed remnants of an oriental rug, they found Lillian's remains. Forensic analysis confirmed blunt force trauma to the skull. A crystal paperweight discovered in the basement of the building matched the fracture pattern. DNA extracted from the silver hairbrush found with her remains confirmed the identity. After more than a century, Lillian Mercer had finally been found. Her case was officially closed, her death certificate amended from missing to homicide. The night after the news broke, I stood before the mirror one last time. Lillian appeared, her face peaceful now. She pressed her palm against the glass, and I did the same. For a moment, I felt warmth radiating from the cool surface. Then she smiled, a gentle smile of gratitude, and faded away. The next morning, for the first time since I'd brought the mirror home, its surface was clear. No fingerprints, no smudges, just flawless, empty glass. I've since donated the mirror to the Historical Society, where it stands in a quiet corner of their exhibition on unsolved mysteries that found resolution. Sometimes visitors report seeing a woman's reflection when they stand before it, though they're alone in the room. The staff clean the glass every evening, but almost every morning they find delicate fingerprints pressed against its surface. Not the desperate prints of someone trapped, but the gentle touch of someone saying thank you, of someone finally at rest. Lillian Mercer's story is over now. but I often wonder how many other antiques hold memories, silent witnesses to moments of joy, of tragedy, of injustice. And I wonder what they would tell us if only we knew how to listen. Story 9. I still remember the first call that came in. It was a Tuesday morning in late October, the kind where the fog hangs so low you can barely see across the street. The station was quiet, just the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional ping of a message on someone's computer. I was nursing my second cup of coffee when Detective Morin placed the file on my desk without a word. The manila folder was too thin for what would become the most perplexing case of my 20-year career. Woman called it in at 6:43 this morning, Morin said, his voice barely above a whisper. Said there's a door in her apartment that wasn't there yesterday. I almost smiled, thinking it was one of Morin's dry jokes, but his face remained impassive, those deep-set eyes watching me with unusual intensity. The apartment was small but cozy, every room memorized, every corner familiar. But one morning a new door appeared in the hallway. Its surface was old, chipped, and painted a shade of blue she had never seen before. When she opened it, the air inside was cold, and the walls were lined with photographs of her. That's what Sarah Keller, 34, claimed when we arrived at her third-floor walk-up on Maple Street. She stood in her kitchen, arms wrapped around herself, a mug of untouched tea growing cold on the counter beside her. I noticed her hands steady, nails neatly trimmed and polished a soft pink, not the shaky hands of someone experiencing a psychotic break, which had been my first assumption. I'm not crazy, she said, before I had even introduced myself. I know the layout of my own apartment. That door wasn't there yesterday. The hallway in question was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to pass. 3 doors lined it, bathroom on the left, bedroom straight ahead, and now this mysterious blue door on the right where previously there had been only an unbroken wall. How long have you lived here, Miss Keller? I asked, running my fingers across the door frame. The wood felt weathered, aged, not something installed overnight. 4 years next month, she replied, her voice soft but certain. I've walked down this hallway thousands of times. I opened the door slowly. The hinges creaked an old, settled sound. Inside was a small room, perhaps 8 by 10 feet. The walls were indeed covered with photographs. Sarah at a cafe reading a book. Sarah entering her apartment building. Sarah sleeping, the camera positioned somewhere near her bedroom window. The room was empty otherwise, save for a single wooden chair in the center, facing the door. On the chair lay a single white envelope with Sarah's name written in careful block letters. I put on gloves before touching anything. The envelope contained a single sheet of paper with 5 words, I've always been watching you. The forensic team arrived 30 minutes later. They photographed everything, dusted for prints, collected fibers. The super of the building, Mr. Gaines, a man in his 60s with perpetually ink-stained hands, swore up and down that the apartment had only ever had 2 rooms and a bathroom. Been the same floor plan since the building went up in '64, he insisted, confusion etching deeper lines into his weathered face. Ain't no way there's an extra room there. The dimensions don't work. But the room existed. We stood in it. We documented it. And the photographs, they spanned at least 3 years of Sarah's life. Some appeared to be taken from across the street, others from much closer proximity. In one particularly disturbing image, the camera had captured Sarah sleeping, the angle suggesting it was taken from inside her bedroom. Do you live alone, Miss Keller? Detective Morin asked, his voice unnecessarily gentle. Yes, she whispered. For the past 2 years. Before that, I had a roommate, Jenny. She moved to Seattle. We checked with the neighbors. None recalled any construction work, any sounds of building or renovation. Mrs. Abernathy, who lived below Sarah, insisted she would have heard any major work. These walls are like paper, she said, tapping a bony finger against her ceiling. I hear the poor girl's alarm clock every morning at 6:15. The building's blueprints, pulled from city records, showed no space where this room could exist. According to the plans, this section of the apartment shared a wall with the building's main water pipes. There was physically no space for an additional room to exist. Yet it did. The lab found no fingerprints other than Sarah's own on the door or within the room. The photographs had been printed on common photo paper available at any drugstore. The chair was an IKEA model discontinued 3 years ago. 3 days into the investigation, something changed. I arrived at the station to find Detective Morin waiting, a strange expression on his face. "The room is gone," he said without preamble. We rushed to Sarah's apartment. The hallway had returned to its previous state, an unbroken wall where the blue door had been. Not a trace remained, no outline, no discoloration of the paint, nothing to suggest a door had ever been there. Sarah sat on her sofa, eyes vacant. "It disappeared during the night," she said, her voice hollow. "I heard something, a scraping sound. I was too afraid to look until morning." The photographs were gone. The chair was gone. The envelope with its ominous message was gone. All the evidence we had collected remained in our possession, but the scene itself had vanished as inexplicably as it had appeared. We expanded our investigation. Sarah had no known enemies. Her digital footprint was unremarkable: social media accounts with modest follower counts, online shopping at mainstream retailers, streaming services. Nothing that suggested she was being targeted. 1 week after the blue door vanished, Sarah called me at 3:17 a.m. "There's someone in my apartment," she whispered. By the time we arrived, 7 minutes later, Sarah Keller was gone. No signs of forced entry, no signs of struggle. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter, still connected to our call. A mug of tea, half drunk and cold, sat beside it. We never found Sarah Keller. We found fragments of her life, a hairbrush with strands of her chestnut hair, fingerprints on light switches and doorknobs, her scent lingering in clothes hanging in her closet. But of Sarah herself, there was no trace. 6 months passed. The case remained open but inactive. No leads, no witnesses, no body, just an apartment with a hallway that once had an impossible door. And then last Tuesday, I received a small package at the station. Inside was a single photograph of Sarah Keller. She was sitting in a room I had never seen before, staring directly at the camera. Behind her was a blue door. I keep that photograph locked in my desk drawer now. Sometimes, late at night when the station is quiet and the world outside seems far away, I take it out and study her eyes. They seem to be trying to tell me something, a warning perhaps, or a revelation. And sometimes, when I walk down the hallway to my own apartment, I run my fingers along the wall and wonder what might be on the other side. I wonder if someday I'll wake to find a door that wasn't there yesterday, painted a shade of blue I've never seen before. I wonder if Sarah will be waiting behind it. Story 10. In the quiet of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a fleeting anomaly that caught the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the technology. But then, as if in response to her unease, the audio crackled and a mysterious voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heartbeat quickening with a mix of fear and confusion. With a rush of panic, she hurried to her son's room, the hallway stretching infinitely in her frantic footsteps. As she burst through the door, her eyes fell upon the empty crib, a hollow space that should have been filled with warmth and innocence. The room remained silent, the window sealed shut, the door securely locked. The only unsettling presence was a discarded stuffed rabbit on the floor, its unmoving eyes fixed upon her with an eerie intensity. Rebecca's scream pierced the stillness of the night, a raw and primal sound that tore through her throat until it was no more than a whisper. The neighbors, stirred from their slumber by her anguished cries, summoned help, their concern weaving a web of worry that enveloped the house. When the authorities arrived, they found Rebecca huddled on the nursery floor, her arms wrapped tightly around the stuffed rabbit, her eyes wide with disbelief and grief. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old son, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed through the walls. The investigation that followed was shrouded in uncertainty and shadows. There were no signs of forced entry, no clues to unravel the mystery that had stolen Samuel from his mother's arms. The baby monitor footage, once a source of comfort, now held only a cryptic whisper and static, a haunting echo of what had transpired in the darkness. Suspicions turned toward Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression casting a shadow of doubt upon her grief. Her composure under questioning, described as unnervingly serene, raised eyebrows and sparked whispers within the community. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Forensic experts uncovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, a delicate thread that hinted at an intruder's clandestine entry from outside. The focus shifted, unveiling a web of deception woven by unseen hands. Security footage from neighboring homes unveiled a figure cloaked in shadows, moving with purpose and stealth under the veil of night. A footprint in the garden soil, matched to a specialized boot, whispered of a plan carefully orchestrated and executed. Daniel, the absent husband, returned to a house haunted by questions and accusations. His hands bore the calluses of a climber, a detail that piqued the investigators' interest and led them down a path of revelations. Financial records painted a grim portrait, exposing a web of deceit and betrayal that stretched beyond the confines of the home. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the baby monitor emerged as a silent witness to the truth. Hacked and manipulated, it had become a tool of deception, broadcasting a message that shattered the illusion of safety within the walls. In a dimly lit basement, the threads of the mystery converged, revealing Samuel in the arms of a woman named Elaine. Her eyes vacant, her presence a ghostly echo of a past long buried, she surrendered to the inevitable, her connection to the truth sealed by the bond of blood. Through a tapestry of digital footprints and hidden intentions, the full extent of the betrayal unfurled. Daniel's past collided with his present, intertwining in a dance of deceit and longing. The whispers of a whispered voice carried through the night were not a figment of imagination, but a cruel reality crafted by human hands. The trial that followed was a somber affair, the echoes of the baby monitor's revelation reverberating through the courtroom. In a moment of clarity, the truth emerged, stark and undeniable, painting a portrait of greed and desperation. Daniel and Elaine, bound by their shared guilt, faced the consequences of their actions, their fates sealed by the weight of justice. Rebecca, with Samuel by her side, embarked on a journey of healing and renewal, leaving behind the shadows of the past. The baby monitor, once a source of comfort turned betrayer, was relegated to a corner of memory, a silent sentinel of a night that would forever linger in the depths of the heart. And as the darkness gave way to the light of a new day, Rebecca held onto the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes a reflection of the truth that lay hidden in the whispers of the night. Story 11: The Enigmatic Whispers. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a symphony of the building's past echoing through the corridors. She, a tenant in this enigmatic structure, brushed off these noises as mundane occurrences, part of the building's character. But one night, as she lay in bed, a faint voice drifted through the vents, weaving its way into her consciousness. It wasn't the usual background murmur of neighbors or the creaking of old pipes. It was a whisper, delicate yet distinct, calling out her name into the stillness of the night. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she approached the vent, heart quickening in her chest. As she pressed her ear against the cold metal grate, a chill ran down her spine. A soft breath of frigid air caressed her cheek, followed by a whispered message, almost playful in its tone, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood silently in the center of the vacant apartment, surrounded by the remnants of a chilling mystery. The forensics team meticulously combed through the room, capturing every detail with their cameras. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence lingering for 7 long days until the discovery of her hidden fate. Officer Patel, his voice solemn, recounted Alina's distressing accounts of voices emanating from the vents. The building management had dismissed her concerns as mere quirks of the old infrastructure, but Shaw, with her keen investigative eye, knelt beside the rusted vent cover, noting the desperate scratch marks etched into the metal, a silent testament to a struggle within. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher, had lived a life filled with warmth and kindness. Her sudden disappearance had sent ripples of fear through those who knew her. Her sister, recounting Alina's growing paranoia in her final days, spoke of whispered voices and unseen watchers that haunted her every moment. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world, she uncovered unsettling clues scattered throughout the apartment. The perfectly made bed, the abandoned coffee mug, and the chair positioned beneath the vent all hinted at a presence unseen but deeply felt. The pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, painting a grim picture of a woman tormented by forces beyond her understanding. The forensic findings only deepened the enigma surrounding Alina's fate. Fibers from her favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover, each detail pointed towards a sinister truth lurking within the walls of the building. The investigation took a chilling turn as hidden passages and clandestine layers were unearthed, revealing a dark underbelly to the building's history. A maintenance passage concealed behind a loose tile, a trove of personal belongings from past tenants, and a digital archive of voyeuristic recordings all led back to the unassuming building superintendent, Harold Weber. Weber, a man cloaked in deceptive calmness, held the keys to every door, every secret within the building. His meticulously kept records and twisted obsession with his victims painted a portrait of a predator hiding in plain sight, whispering his twisted truths through the hollow chambers of the apartment complex. As the truth unraveled in the harsh light of justice, Weber's facade crumbled, revealing a mind consumed by delusions of symbiosis with the building itself. His eerie composure shattered as he was led away, his words echoing in Shaw's mind, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked within the walls. The trial concluded with a verdict that brought closure but not peace. The whispers of the past lingered, a ghostly reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. The apartment building now stood silent, its walls holding memories that refused to fade, a testament to the sinister legacy of Harold Weber and the unseen forces that whispered through the vents. Residents came and went, drawn by the allure of affordable rent and historic charm, only to be driven away by whispers in the night, cold drafts that carried voices from beyond. The building, with its groaning heating system and rattling pipes, held its secrets close, a silent sentinel guarding the enigmatic whispers that haunted its halls. And so the cycle continued, a dance of shadows and echoes, a story whispered through the walls of time. Story 12, the closing of the costume shop, marked the beginning of a haunting mystery. Among the old inventory being sold off, a woman discovered a mask unlike any other. Delicate yet eerily lifelike, it drew her in with a magnetic pull. The cashier hesitated as she placed it on the counter, muttering, "That's not ours." Puzzled, she checked for a tag but found none. Without a second thought, she decided to take it home with her. That night, a soft sound stirred her from her slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting. Her heart raced as she realized the mask was no longer where she had left it on the dresser. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her like a silent sentinel. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, would soon become a tragic figure in a tale that would perplex investigators for years to come. It was her neighbor who made the grim discovery. The morning light spilled through Catherine's open front door, casting a somber glow on the scene within. The borrowed book the neighbor had come to return lay forgotten as they stumbled upon a sight that would forever haunt their dreams. Catherine's lifeless form lay on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask missing without a trace. Detective Morgan arrived on the scene as forensics worked diligently to capture the details of the tragedy. The rhythmic click of shutters provided an eerie backdrop to the hushed voices of the investigators. "No signs of forced entry," noted one officer, pen scratching against paper. The detective's sharp eyes swept across the room, taking in every minute detail. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, a scene of apparent normalcy shattered by the presence of a life extinguished too soon. The medical examiner's examination revealed a chilling truth. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. Yet the frozen expression of terror etched on Catherine's face spoke volumes. "Something scared her to death," the detective whispered, a shiver running down her spine. Catherine, an art appraiser known for her keen eye for detail, had lived a quiet life until her untimely demise. Colleagues spoke of her expertise in spotting forgeries, her dedication to authenticity. Could her sharp eye have led her down a path to her tragic end? The investigation took a bizarre turn when security footage from the costume shop unveiled a perplexing revelation. The cashier's confusion over the mask's origin, the owner's denial of ever stocking such an item, it all pointed to a mystery far beyond their comprehension. A breakthrough came when microscopic fibers were discovered on Catherine's fingertips. Unusual and unidentifiable, these fibers hinted at a connection to something otherworldly. The investigation unearthed a series of similar deaths, each linked to the acquisition of a peculiar mask and a deathly expression of terror frozen on the victims' faces. A retired detective shed light on the ancient symbols hidden within the masks, hinting at a dark ritual of soul transference. But it was Catherine's own journal that provided the most chilling insight. Her frantic entries spoke of a malevolent force lurking within the mask, a sinister entity seeking out new hosts to inhabit. As the case unfolded, it became clear that extreme fear had led to Catherine's demise. but what could instill such terror in a person that their very heart ceased to beat? Surveillance footage from a neighboring house revealed a disturbing sight: a figure wearing a mask resembling Catherine's features, moving with her gait but devoid of humanity, as if controlled by a malevolent force. The hunt for the missing mask led investigators across the country, only to find it had slipped through their fingers once more. Reports of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop raised alarms, but the buyer remained a mystery, leaving the case officially unsolved. The detective, haunted by Catherine's journal and the lingering presence of the mask, knew that the cycle of terror was far from over. As night descended, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her, a chilling reminder that the mask, hungry for souls, awaited its next victim in the shadows. The mask, a vessel of ancient evil, bided its time, moving from one unsuspecting host to the next, its empty gaze fixed on the unknowing, waiting for the moment when it would strike again. And when it did, another would awaken to the soft sound of its approach, a harbinger of darkness and death lurking just beyond the threshold of sleep. Story 13: The Secrets of the Hidden Room. The old library, shrouded in the looming shadow of demolition, held within its walls a mystery waiting to be unveiled. As the workers toiled to dismantle the structure, a chance discovery halted their progress. A hidden latch, concealed within the confines of a dusty bookshelf, beckoned to be found. With a gentle click, the bookshelf swung open, revealing a passage leading to a forgotten room. The air inside was heavy with the weight of time, untouched for decades. In the center of the room stood a solitary chair, anchored to the floor, a haunting relic of the past. Etched repeatedly on the walls, a chilling message echoed in the dim light: "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing unease settling in, reached for his radio, summoning the police to investigate this unexpected turn of events. What had begun as a routine demolition now unfurled into a tapestry of darkness and intrigue beyond imagination. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stepped into the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the shadows, casting an eerie glow upon the walls adorned with the unsettling proclamation. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the silence. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrive." The history of the building whispered tales of the Harrington family, a name woven into the fabric of the community. The library, once their private sanctuary, had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing, a haunting enigma, had left a void in the family's heart and the town's memory. Despite exhaustive searches and unanswered questions, Rebecca's fate remained a cruel enigma, a wound that never healed. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, fragments of a tragic story began to emerge. Hair and fibers entwined in the chair, minute traces of blood and skin etched into the walls, all whispering of a harrowing ordeal. The chair, a sinister witness to unspeakable events, bore the marks of a desperate struggle, a silent testament to untold suffering. Walsh delved into the labyrinth of the Harrington family's past, seeking answers in the shadows of forgotten secrets. A peculiar detail emerged: the timing of the library's donation, a mere whisper of weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a coincidence laden with suspicion. Further revelations unfurled as the investigation deepened. The contractor who had installed the bookshelf was a familiar figure loyal to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records whispered of transactions shrouded in darkness, payments that surpassed mere renovation costs, hinting at a sinister design veiled in shadows. Former library staff, their memories stirred by the unfolding mystery, shared tales of Maxwell's solitary vigils in the off-limits section of the building. His insistence on preserving that space, his shield of secrecy, now cast a sinister hue upon his intentions. When the forensic puzzle pieces aligned, painting a grim portrait of betrayal and captivity, the truth emerged from the shadows. Rebecca had not fled. She had been ensnared by the very blood that should have protected her. The hidden room, a chamber of nightmares, had caged her spirit, her pleas echoing in the silent walls. With a warrant in hand, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, unearthing a journal concealed in Maxwell's study. Its pages, a chronicle of obsession and fear, bore witness to a tragedy long veiled in darkness. Maxwell's confession, a hollow echo of remorse, shattered the façade of innocence he had worn for so long. The final pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Rebecca's skeletal remains were unearthed beneath the floor of the hidden room. Her silver bracelet, a token of lost innocence, gleamed in the dim light, a silent testimony to a life cut short by treachery. In a courtroom heavy with sorrow and justice, Maxwell faced the reckoning he had evaded for so long. Rebecca's family, clutching her recovered bracelet, found solace in the closure that justice brought, however belated. The old library, once marked for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life extinguished too soon. Flowers adorned its entrance, a tribute to a soul that had whispered from the shadows, "I am still here," a haunting reminder that even in silence the truth prevails and justice, like a patient guardian, waits to be unveiled. Story 14. In the stillness of the night, the house stood silent, its walls holding the weight of a long-forgotten secret. A secret that whispered through the empty rooms, echoing the mystery of a young woman who vanished without a trace. The house had remained untouched for years, a shadow of its former self. Neighbors spoke in hushed tones of the disappearance that had cast a pall over the property. But when new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a chilling discovery. The bedroom, locked from within, held a truth waiting to be unveiled. With a sense of trepidation, they forced the stubborn door ajar, revealing a scene frozen in time. The air hung heavy with neglect, dust motes dancing in the faint light filtering through the curtains. Yet, amidst the stillness, something felt amiss. The bed was neatly made, untouched by time. The mirror gleamed, reflecting a room devoid of life. And there, upon the desk, a solitary candle stood as a sentinel of the past, its melted wax a silent testimony to moments long gone. But it was the notebook open to a page marked by fresh ink that beckoned them closer. Detective Morgan, a figure of quiet determination, pored over its contents as forensic experts combed the room for elusive clues. The name Elise Winters, etched in delicate script, told a story of a life interrupted, a tale left unfinished. In the fading light, the detective traced Elise's words, each stroke of the pen a breadcrumb leading deeper into the shadows of the unknown. Her final entry, a haunting confession, spoke of unseen threats and a looming sense of danger that had haunted her final hours. As the investigation unfolded, a web of deceit unfurled before their eyes. Elise, a paralegal ensnared in a web of corporate intrigue, had stumbled upon a dark truth hidden within the folds of legal documents. Her meticulous nature had led her down a path fraught with peril, culminating in a disappearance that defied logic. The room bore witness to her absence, a silent sentinel to her struggles, but beneath the surface, hidden in plain sight, lay a key to unlocking the mystery that had shrouded her fate. A hidden compartment, a clandestine cache of evidence, revealed a truth too damning to ignore. Through a labyrinth of digital revelations and clandestine recordings, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. A tale of greed and deception, of lives sacrificed at the altar of corporate ambition, emerged from the shadows of the past. Vincent Harriman, a figure of authority whose mask of respectability crumbled under the weight of truth, stood at the center of the storm. His actions, veiled in secrecy, came to light as the investigation peeled back the layers of his deceit. In a courtroom filled with whispered accusations and damning evidence, justice finally found its mark. The truth, long buried beneath layers of deception, rose to the surface, a beacon of light in the darkness. The house, once a sanctuary for secrets, now stood as a monument to the resilience of one woman's quest for truth. Elise's legacy, etched in the walls of her final refuge, spoke of a courage that refused to be silenced. As night fell over the empty house, a sense of calm descended, a whisper of closure for a soul lost in the shadows. And though the new tenants chose not to dwell within its walls, the house stood as a testament to the power of one woman's unwavering resolve. In the stillness of the night, a solitary candle flickered in the window, a beacon of remembrance for a life cut short but never forgotten. And as the world slumbered, the house held its secrets close, a silent guardian of a truth that could not be erased. Story 15. The cafe had been his sanctuary for countless mornings, same spot, same brew, same solitude. The barista recognized his face, yet his true identity remained a mystery. Then one day he vanished without a trace. When law enforcement inspected his customary seat, they stumbled upon a forgotten wallet. Inside rested a driver's license with a face but no name, no address, only an empty void where his identity should have resided. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found herself transfixed by what seemed inexplicable. The man, now known as John Doe in official records, appeared perfectly ordinary on camera. Average build, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag slung over his shoulder. His vanishing act puzzled everyone, for he blended seamlessly into the background. "Play it once more," Mercer requested of the tech expert. The footage depicted John entering the cafe during the bustling morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sweetener, and settled at the secluded table by a leafy plant. There he sat, opened his bag, retrieved a notebook, and began to write. Occasionally he would sip his coffee and gaze out the window. But then came the moment that defied logic. He placed his wallet down, rose from his seat, and strolled towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned. He never emerged through any exit. He simply vanished into thin air. "Check the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "There's a catch," the specialist replied. "He never set foot in any restroom. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as if he evaporated into nothingness." Back at headquarters, Mercer meticulously spread out the wallet's contents on her desk. The driver's license photo matched the enigmatic man, but where personal details should have been, there were only vacant spaces. The credit cards bore no names, just sequences of digits that led to non-existent accounts. Neatly stacked cash in assorted bills, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card devoid of any text except for a faintly printed phone number in gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the call connected, but silence greeted her on the other end, punctuated only by the rustling of papers, as if someone were leafing through a book. After 30 seconds, the line went dead. The barista who had served John for years could offer little insight. He was a man of few words, always courteous though, generous with tips. Perhaps he had an accent, but his voice was so soft it was difficult to discern. "Did he ever meet anyone here, engage in conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never. Always alone, always engrossed in that notebook." The notebook lay untouched on the table beside the abandoned wallet. Its pages filled with what seemed like coded text or cryptic symbols. Cryptographers from the department struggled to decode its meaning. Some pages contained intricate sketches, blueprints of buildings that bore no resemblance to any known structures in the vicinity. Mercer dispatched officers to scour the neighborhood with images of John Doe. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded identification. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of that cafe. During her inquiry, Mercer noticed an anomaly in the surveillance footage. Each morning when John entered the cafe, the time stamp on the camera flickered briefly. The tech specialist dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. She returned to the cafe and seated herself at his table. From this vantage point, she could observe both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror, its ornate frame etched with symbols reminiscent of those in John's notebook. Upon the owner's arrival, Mercer inquired about the mirror. "That old thing, it predates my tenure, came with the building. Heavy as lead, requires 2 people to move it. Has it ever been relocated for cleaning or redecoration purposes?" "Not in my time. Why do you ask?" Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass imparted a subtle distortion, lending her reflection an illusion of depth. Expecting cool glass, she touched its surface, only to encounter an unexpected warmth. The forensic team arrived to inspect the mirror. When they detached it from the wall, they uncovered a concealed compartment behind it. Within lay a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same face but blank particulars. Adjacent to them rested a leather-bound journal filled with entries spanning decades, all scripted in the same hand as the notebook left behind. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The window is closing." Investigators found John Doe's fingerprints throughout the hidden enclave. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it to be approximately 50 years old, yet the face in the photograph remained unchanged. The journal entries detailed what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. Mentions of crossing back and window points peppered the pages. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The cafe acts as a nexus, a point of convergence for realities. The mirror serves as the portal. When alignment occurs, passage becomes viable. As the investigation delved deeper, peculiar occurrences beset the cafe's vicinity. Patrons claimed to witness their reflections moving independently in the window panes. Some swore they saw John Doe seated at his usual table, yet security cameras revealed an empty seat. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman contacted the precinct regarding the inquiry. She identified herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified government ventures. She recognized John Doe from the media reports. His name was Daniel Weston, she divulged. A brilliant theoretical physicist who disappeared while researching an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces that purportedly facilitated matter's transit between parallel realities. Keller presented evidence indicating Weston had been presumed deceased following a laboratory mishap. The date of his disappearance aligned with the earliest journal entry found behind the mirror. He posited that our reality coexists with others, Keller elaborated. He theorized that certain locales acted as weak points between these realms, gateways for potential crossings. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the cafe. It transpired that the edifice stood upon land that once hosted the very research facility where Weston had twirled. The cafe had been erected directly atop the laboratory where he vanished. The climax of the case unfolded when, during a solitary review of surveillance footage late one evening, Mercer discerned an oversight in the recordings that previous viewings had overlooked. Reflected in the mirror in the background, John Doe Daniel Weston observed himself seated at the table. Two iterations of the same man, coexisting in the same realm. Hastening to the caf to re-inspect the mirror, Mercer encountered it shattered on the floor. Amidst the shards lay a final message inscribed in the familiar handwriting. The experiment is concluded. The window is shut. Do not pursue. The enigma of the non-existent man remains unresolved officially. Subsequently, the caf shuttered its doors. The structure eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains were never located. His manuscripts and diaries vanished from the evidence chamber under mysterious circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Detective Mercer resigned from the force. Locals occasionally glimpse her perched on her veranda, engrossed in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its reflection at times appearing to ripple when unobserved. Story 16. The apartment had sat empty for months, a silent witness to the passage of time. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they carried with them a sense of anticipation tinged with caution. What mysteries lay within these walls, long untouched by human presence? Dust danced in the sunlight filtering through the windows, settling on forgotten corners and abandoned furniture. But there was one door that refused to yield to their curiosity. A closet, locked from the inside, held its secrets close. The landlord, a man with anxious eyes and trembling hands, finally summoned the courage to force it open. What they discovered inside sent a shiver down their spines. The walls bore the scars of desperation, etched deeply into the wood in uneven lines. Each scratch told a story of confinement, of someone fighting against unseen forces. And in the dim corner, an old flip phone lay abandoned, its screen still glowing with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, with her keen eye for detail and intuition, felt a chill creep up her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the blood or violence that made her uneasy, but the silent plea for help whispered by those scratch marks. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured every detail with his camera. "And bring me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone was stark in its simplicity. "I know what you did." The landlord's nervous demeanor only added to the air of mystery surrounding the apartment. He spoke of a quiet young woman, Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and unanswered questions. Forensic analysis uncovered a haunting truth within those walls. Blood samples embedded in the scratch marks painted a grim picture. Most belonged to Emma, the missing tenant, but there were two other DNA profiles. One remained a mystery, while the other belonged to a man who had supposedly perished years ago. Shaw's mind raced as she pieced together the fragments of Emma's life. Unanswered phone calls, a mysterious boyfriend, and a sudden disappearance all pointed to a sinister truth lurking in the shadows. The pieces of the puzzle began to converge, revealing a web of deceit and darkness. A breakthrough came when fingerprints led them to Derek Mercer, a man believed to be dead but whose presence lingered in the apartment like a ghost. Shaw's instincts told her there was more to this case than met the eye. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged. Mercer's hidden agenda, his twisted desires, and his victims trapped in a cruel game of survival. Lynette Porter's voice, hollow with despair, echoed through the dim basement where she had been held captive, a mere pawn in Mercer's twisted world. The manhunt for Mercer spanned across cities, a relentless pursuit of justice for the forgotten souls who had fallen prey to his dark fantasies. When he was finally apprehended, a sense of closure settled over the case, but the scars of his crimes ran deep. During his trial, Mercer's calm demeanor belied the horrors he had inflicted. His twisted logic and methodical planning sent chills down the spines of all who bore witness to his downfall, but justice, in its own way, prevailed. As Mercer faced his sentence, a glimmer of defiance shone in Lynette's eyes. She stood tall, a survivor reclaiming her light from the shadows of his darkness. The courtroom fell silent, a moment of catharsis amidst the haunting echoes of the past. The legacy of Emma's ordeal lingered in the department's new protocols, a reminder of the fragility of life and the resilience of the human spirit. Shaw, with a solemn gaze, kept the closet door as a memento, a symbol of survival against all odds, etched in the quiet desperation of one woman's fight for freedom. Story 17. Renovations always lead to uncovering hidden treasures from the past. Old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs a glimpse into lives long gone. But when Sarah and Michael decided to renovate their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they never expected to stumble upon a mysterious letter hidden beneath the floorboards. The paper, yellowed with age, held a cryptic message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could fully grasp the weight of those words, a series of 3 sharp raps reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, arrived at the scene with her partner. The floorboards lay exposed, revealing a dark void beneath. With weathered hands that bore the marks of years spent handling evidence, Detective Reed carefully retrieved the ancient note, mindful of preserving any potential clues. The couple had unknowingly contaminated the evidence, having touched it before her arrival. As they recounted the chilling sound of knocking, Reed observed the genuine fear etched on their faces. Background checks painted a picture of normalcy for Sarah and Michael, newlyweds with good credit and stable jobs. However, the history of the house told a different story. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, the house had stood vacant for 2 years following the passing of its last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an enigmatic elderly widow with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her death. As Reed delved deeper into the case, she unearthed unsettling details from the past. Forensic analysis dated the ominous note back approximately 20 years, showcasing signs of distress and urgency in the handwriting. Franklin, Margaret's late husband, a respected retired teacher with a passion for woodworking, had been haunted by paranoia in his final years, believing someone was watching him. A breakthrough came during an interview with Margaret's sister, who revealed a dark secret: Franklin's involvement with a loan shark known as Victor Mercer, a collector for an illegal gambling operation. Mercer's relentless pursuit of Franklin for unpaid debts had driven the couple to desperation. When Mercer came knocking, Franklin's fear transformed into a violent act of self-defense, resulting in a tragic outcome. With the help of a forensic team, Reed uncovered the dark truth buried beneath the house: the remains of Victor Mercer, a victim of Franklin's desperate actions, hidden in a makeshift tomb below the foundation. Margaret, out of fear and loyalty, had aided in covering up the crime, carrying the burden of their secret alone after Franklin's passing. The investigation, pieced together through forensic evidence and Margaret's hidden diaries, shed light on a tale of betrayal and tragedy. Justice, though delayed, was finally served as the case was officially closed. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's haunting history, decided to sell the property, leaving it abandoned, a silent witness to the secrets it held. Local rumors whispered of eerie occurrences in the stillness of the night, the faint sound of 3 distinct knocks echoing through the empty halls, a ghostly reminder of the past. The note, now stored as evidence, bore a chilling warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Detective Reed's final report acknowledged that some mysteries, no matter how diligently investigated, remain shrouded in ambiguity, leaving unanswered questions lingering in the shadows. And so the Victorian home stood silent and forsaken, its walls holding onto the echoes of a tragic past, waiting for the curious and the brave to uncover its secrets, if they dare to tread where darkness dwells. Story 18. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded edges, capturing a moment long past a birthday celebration frozen in time. Faces beamed with joy, candles danced with flickering flames, a scene of ordinary happiness. Yet within this snapshot of forgotten memories, a chilling anomaly lurked. When Sarah Winters inherited the box of aged photographs from her mother's attic, she stumbled upon it. A figure lurking in the background of each picture, gradually drawing closer with each passing moment. A man obscured in shadow, standing just beyond the reach of the candlelight. He was not a familiar face, not a part of the family's recollections, and yet there he was, a silent intruder in the captured memories. The collection, labeled simply Memories, should have brought solace and nostalgia. Instead, it unveiled a nightmarish truth that Sarah could not ignore. The first photo revealed him faintly, a mere silhouette at the periphery of her childhood birthday party. By the next snapshot, he had ventured indoors, his presence growing bolder, and in the third photo, he loomed ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by those he shadowed. Sarah's heart raced as she called her father, trembling with unease. "Dad, who is this man haunting our family photos?" His stunned silence was followed by a sharp inhale. "What man? There should be no one but family members in those pictures." Desperate for answers, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed, laying out the eerie progression of the mysterious figure across his desk. Rain whispered against the window panes, casting dancing shadows over the evidence that defied explanation. The detective's keen eyes traced the unsettling trail left by the phantom intruder. No one recognized him, he inquired, a hint of intrigue coloring his voice. Sarah shook her head, arranging the photos in chronological order. As the detective studied the sequence, a realization dawned upon him. The figure, once dismissed as paranoia, now revealed a deliberate, menacing pattern. Moving closer to the children in each photo, his intentions shrouded in mystery. Could it be the photographer, Reed suggested, his skepticism thinly veiled? But Sarah knew better. Her mother had been the one behind the camera, setting the timer and stepping into the frame herself. Copies were made, a case file opened, and a thorough investigation launched. Each surviving guest from the party was interviewed, every possible lead pursued. Yet the man in the photos remained an enigma, strategically evading recognition, a phantom from the shadows of the past. But the haunting did not end there. More photos emerged from different occasions, different years, a consistent presence in the background, a sinister specter eluding detection. With technological aid, details once obscured came to light: a scar, a ring, a reflection unveiling a face long shrouded in darkness. And then a breakthrough from the depths of history, dental records matching those of a long-forgotten maintenance worker, Robert Keller. A man tied to unsolved child abductions, a ghost of crimes long buried. As authorities dug deeper, the chilling truth unraveled. Keller, a former employee at the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had taken place, held keys to numerous rental properties where children had vanished without a trace. Objects buried beneath the concrete of his former residence spoke volumes: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all hauntingly familiar to those who had lost loved ones in the shadows of his presence. The years of concealment crumbled, revealing a dark legacy of horror. Alone in her apartment, Sarah gazed at the final birthday photo. The faces of her family bathed in the warm glow of celebration. And there, behind her younger self, stood the figure, a spectral presence lingering in the shadows. The detective's call confirmed a grim discovery, bringing closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions. The missing child's remains had been identified, bringing a modicum of justice to the long-suffering souls. The box of photos, once a repository of cherished memories, now held a weight of darkness and closure. A reminder that sometimes the most sinister threats wear masks of normalcy, hiding in plain sight within the frames of captured happiness. The shadow in the family photos had been unmasked, his legacy of terror brought to light at last. As Sarah closed the lid on the box, she knew that some mysteries were too dark to be contained by mere photographs, a testament to the chilling truth that some secrets are best left undisturbed in the depths of time. Story 19. The aged apartment held its secrets, pipes that moaned, floorboards that whispered tales of days gone by. Yet the new tenant, Sarah Coleman, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps echoed from above, a rhythmic cadence that defied explanation. How could they be so precise when she dwelled on the topmost floor? One fateful night, emboldened by curiosity and fear, Sarah tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly, leaving behind a pregnant hush. Then a solitary knock resonated from within the ceiling itself, sending shivers down Sarah's spine. She chose to keep the unnerving incident to herself, attributing the mysterious sounds to the settling of the aging building, or perhaps a stray creature seeking refuge in the attic. Even as the phantom footsteps persisted, she adapted, drowning them out with the blare of the television, cocooning herself in the solace of headphones to ward off the haunting echoes that traversed her ceiling in the dead of night. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace while conducting routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to address a water leak, the worker uncovered a clandestine passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. Illuminated by a beam of light, the passage revealed a makeshift living quarters adorned with discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a tattered notebook. The discovery prompted an urgent call to the police. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived at the scene to find the maintenance worker in a state of shock, murmuring about an unseen presence dwelling in the walls, watching silently. Within the forsaken notebook lay meticulous records of Sarah Coleman's daily routines, her interactions, her habits meticulously chronicled. The neat handwriting gradually descended into chaos, marked by cryptic symbols scrawled in the margins. The final entry spoke of Sarah's defiance, her refusal to acknowledge the unseen observer. "No one ignores me," the chilling words proclaimed. Forensic experts delved into the concealed passages, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. An intricate network of tunnels intertwined within the walls and ceilings, some dating back decades as per structural assessments. These covert passages connected multiple apartments but culminated in discrete observation points concealed within Sarah's abode. Interviews with current tenants yielded no revelations of peculiar occurrences beyond the customary commotion of communal living. However, former residents divulged unsettling accounts. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being surveilled, of hearing inexplicable movements in the dead of night. One tenant had abruptly vacated after a mere fortnight, haunted by unseen eyes that lingered. A breakthrough in the investigation materialized with the unearthing of minuscule blood spatters in one of the hidden passages, the DNA tracing back to Martin Weaver, a former dweller who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. His disappearance had stumped authorities, his fate shrouded in mystery. Delving deeper into Martin's vanishing act, Detective Morris unraveled a sequence of events. Martin had confronted his upstairs neighbor, Edward, following relentless disturbances emanating from above. Subsequently, Martin vanished into thin air, while Edward clandestinely absconded from the premises, leaving no forwarding address. A meticulous examination of Edward's background exposed a pattern of transience. A recluse with an affinity for silence, Edward had transiently resided in various top-floor apartments across different buildings over 2 decades, evading personal connections and slipping away unnoticed. A visit to Edward's remote rural property unveiled a secluded cabin adorned with a macabre display. Photographs of former residents, schematics of ventilation systems, and detailed journals chronicling observations of his specimens adorned the walls. A corkboard served as a grim testament to his heinous acts, adorned with missing persons, reports 6 souls lost to the shadows of his clandestine world. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth behind the cabin, unearthing a grim tableau of human remains, each a poignant reminder of lives extinguished by Edward's malevolence. As forensic anthropologists endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment complex. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, whispers of spectral noises lingered among the residents. During the installation of enhanced security measures, a peculiar discovery emerged: a second notebook nestled in a crevice where wall met ceiling in the hallway, its contents mirroring the enigmatic musings of its predecessor. The chilling message scrawled on the final page foretold of an impending encounter. A map delineating a new passage into Sarah's sanctuary, etched in crimson ink, bore a foreboding date. Swift action was imperative. Alas, Sarah had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a ghostly imprint of her existence. Her deserted apartment, frozen in time, bore witness to her sudden departure. A cryptic message etched onto the steamed bathroom mirror beckoned the authorities to a grim reality: look up. The elusive Edward Mercer, construction savant turned malevolent recluse, remained at large, a specter haunting the shadows. His expertise in building structures had enabled his reign of terror, his hidden network of passages and observation points concealed within the very walls of ordinary lives. Thermal scans of Sarah's residence revealed no lingering presence within the walls, leaving a haunting void in the wake of her disappearance. The enigma of Sarah Coleman's fate intertwined with a string of vanishing acts across state lines, a cautionary tale underscoring the peril of unseen dangers lurking within the familiar confines of apartment living. As Detective Morris grappled with the weight of unresolved mysteries, a lingering unease pervaded his solitary nights, punctuated by the echo of phantom footsteps in the silence. The specter of Sarah, ensnared in a web of shadows, haunted his thoughts, a poignant reminder of the unseen perils that lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. In the dead of night, as the world slumbered, Detective Morris found himself gazing up at his own ceiling, attuned to the whisper of unseen forces. Who else, he pondered, might be listening in the darkened recesses of the night, waiting to be unveiled in the shroud of darkness? Story 20. The listing from the realtor omitted any mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no trace of it. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door emerged. A hefty, corroded handle awaited them. It took the strength of 3 to pry it ajar. Stale air, heavy with the aroma of moist earth, greeted them. Descending steps disappeared into the darkness below. Storage was expected, but what they found was far from it. A solitary chair occupied the space, a lone light bulb swaying overhead. And on the wall behind, a series of photographs depicting them. Images captured from within the confines of their own home. The Mercers had settled into the suburban residence during the wintry months, when daylight waned swiftly and the leafless trees in the neighborhood stood stark against the chilling sky. The weathered two-story building with its creaking floors and aged siding had appealed to them for its character and history. Little did they anticipate the depths of history within the house and the jarring collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, finding the crime scene unit already securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had quivered over the phone as she described the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in intermittent bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight. The basement, a confined space akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a drab gray. A fixed chair stood at the center of the room. Above it, the stark bulb cast sharp shadows, swaying gently in an imperceptible breeze. Yet it was the array of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back almost 4 weeks," Connor's partner remarked, inspecting the timestamps on the back of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms." The investigation uncovered no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had not been breached. Nothing had been stolen, only their privacy invaded, along with any semblance of security the family once possessed. Forensics discovered numerous fingerprints throughout the basement, most belonging to prior occupants of the house. Records indicated the property had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family residing for less than a year before selling at diminishing prices. None had mentioned encountering a basement. "We must speak with every former owner," Connors ordered, flipping through her notepad. As they delved into the history, the case took a chilling turn. Property records displayed discrepancies, blueprints altered between transactions, permits filed and retracted, inspection reports with redacted sections. A breakthrough emerged during the interrogation of the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His complexion drained of color upon viewing photos of the basement. "That room is non-existent," he asserted, his hands trembling. "I stripped that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door. Nothing beneath the living room except soil and concrete." Data retrieved from a hidden memory card within the light fixture unveiled hundreds more images capturing not only the Mercers but previous families. Children in slumber, parents in disagreement, intimate moments, mundane routines, all documented by an intruder who had no right to be there. The investigation took a darker turn with the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box buried in the basement corner. Recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. Despite the sophisticated microphones implied by the sound quality, none were unearthed during the initial search. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors commanded urgently. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been observing these families for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators uncovered a narrow passageway leading to a compact monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous notes on each family that had inhabited the house. Their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The writing matched samples from the house's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated his demise during the house's construction, a fact that grew increasingly suspicious as the inquiry advanced. No death certificate was on file, no funeral arrangements documented. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal spiraled into delirium. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" recurred. The last page bore a solitary sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to speculate. Edward Kelvin had never departed from the house he erected. He had retreated into its concealed recesses, fashioning a network of observation points from which to surveil the families who believed themselves alone. The manhunt spanned 3 days. They discovered him curled within a crawlspace amidst the second-floor bedrooms, his frame slender and agile, adapted to navigating the narrow passages he had constructed within the walls. His eyes blinked against the glare of the flashlights, unaccustomed to direct light. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as though they were players in his private drama. He detailed observing them with the detached scrutiny of a scientist studying specimens. He had not touched them, not stolen from them, not intervened directly in their lives. He had merely watched, recorded, documented. "They welcomed me in," he recounted to investigators, his tone soft and rational. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychiatric evaluation concluded Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were transient guests in what he regarded as his enduring abode. The Mercers never returned to the property. Like their predecessors, they abandoned their possessions, taking only essentials in suitcases. The house stood vacant as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the vast scope of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawlspaces, observation posts integrated into the very framework of the building, all meticulously devised before the initial brick was laid. The house had been crafted from the onset as a voyeuristic apparatus, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive chronicles. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin displayed no reaction. He had already retreated into the recesses of his mind's architecture, where he could still traverse unseen through the passages of the house that now existed solely in memory. The property was ultimately razed, its foundation excavated and filled. Yet, for the families who had dwelt there, the violation endured. They remained haunted not by what was taken from them, but by what lay concealed, watching, listening, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had trusted to safeguard them. At times, in hushed instances, they found themselves glancing upward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they truly stood alone now, pondering if they ever had. Story 21, the tale of the enigmatic wallpaper. The arrival of Michael and Sarah Klein to their new home was met with an unexpected mystery hidden within the walls of the Victorian-era house. At first, what seemed like innocent peeling wallpaper soon unraveled into a haunting discovery that would consume their nights with intrigue. The charming old residence, with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings whispering tales of yesteryears, enticed the couple with its inexplicable allure. Little did they know, the house held secrets far darker than its elegant facade suggested. It began innocently enough, a water stain in the master bedroom catching Sarah's eye. A yellowish discoloration on the floral wallpaper led to a simple act of investigation. As Michael gingerly probed the damaged area, layers of time peeled away to reveal a hidden narrative beneath. Outdated paisley patterns from the 1970s gave way to striped paper of an earlier era, but it was the third layer where the truth lay buried. A name Alina Winters scrawled repeatedly in ink, the script growing increasingly frantic and uneven as if pleading to be heard. Alina Winters, Sarah murmured, her fingers tracing the desperate handwriting etched on the wall. The name held an eerie weight, a presence that lingered long after they retired to bed that night. Driven by curiosity and a growing unease, Michael delved into property records, seeking answers that remained elusive. The mysterious Alina Winters seemed to be a ghost of the past, a name lost to time until a faint digital trail led them to a missing persons case from decades ago. The pieces of the puzzle began to align in a disconcerting manner. The woman who had sold them the house bore a striking resemblance to the missing Alina Winters, a resemblance uncanny in its precision, casting shadows of doubt upon their newfound sanctuary. Their once tranquil abode transformed into a realm of uncertainty as they unearthed more unsettling truths. Margaret Cavendish, the previous homeowner, had left behind a legacy woven with deceit and tragedy, intertwining her fate with that of the long-lost Alina Winters. As the investigation gained momentum, their home became a sanctuary for secrets long buried. Forensic teams meticulously combed through the layers of the wall, each peel revealing a fragment of a fragmented past. The inked confessions of a troubled mind echoed through the halls, a silent plea for redemption. Hidden beneath the floorboards, a trove of identities emerged, each bearing the visage of a woman lost in time. Alina Winters, Rebecca Eldridge, Margaret Cavendish, names entwined in a web of deception, spun by a fractured psyche seeking solace in shadows. The truth, when unveiled, shattered illusions and laid bare the horrors of a twisted fate. Alina's remains unearthed from the depths of the garden, a grim testament to the darkness that had lurked within the walls of their once beloved home. Rebecca Eldridge, the mastermind behind the elaborate charade, stood exposed in her fractured reality. Her desperate attempt to cling to sanity through stolen identities crumbled under the weight of undeniable evidence, bringing closure to a chapter long forgotten. As Michael and Sarah watched the final pieces of the puzzle fall into place, the house that had beckoned them with its charm now stood as a silent witness to a tragedy long overdue for justice. The walls, once silent sentinels, now whispered the chilling tale of a murder most foul, a tale that would forever haunt their dreams. Story 22, the gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water mirroring the sky in its serene stillness. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost dancing with the rhythm of the river. His gaze drifted lazily until it caught on something unusual, an old suitcase bobbing near the shore, a solitary traveler in the calm waters. At first he mistook it for a pile of discarded clothes, but as he drew nearer, a pungent odor wafted towards him, thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The case was adorned with chains, their once shiny surfaces now tarnished by time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried open the stubborn locks, they were met not with garments, but with a macabre sight, a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a ghostly grip, and at the bottom, a haunting message scrawled on a piece of paper, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with the weight of the unsolved mystery. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay on the shore, her dark hair clinging to her as if reluctant to let go of life. The medical examiner worked diligently, cataloging every detail with precision before the body was reverently taken away. What struck Mercer amidst the grim tableau was not just the manner of disposal, but the eerie sense of reverence that surrounded the victim's appearance. Her nails were perfectly manicured, her hair styled with care, her attire hinting at opulence. She wasn't simply discarded, Mercer mused, her eyes tracing the rippling water. She was arranged, deliberately displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling high-end properties. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a world of solitude in an upscale neighborhood. Colleagues spoke of her ambition, her meticulous nature, her guarded privacy. Her sudden disappearance had sent shockwaves through her professional circles, especially when she failed to show up for a crucial client meeting that promised a lucrative commission. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously ordered life, they uncovered a facade of perfection, her modern home a pristine showcase of designer furniture, every corner a symphony of cleanliness. Yet amidst this polished exterior, a single drawer stood slightly ajar in her home office. Within it lay a leather-bound journal, its pages whispering of unseen terrors. The final entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." In the digital realm, a haunting pattern emerged from Walsh's emails, cryptic messages from unknown senders, all bearing the unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection." Each missive arrived like clockwork, a chilling echo of unseen eyes tracing her every move. Her online searches painted a picture of escalating fear, with inquiries into security systems and self-defense tools punctuating her digital footprint. Mercer pieced together these fragments of dread with the scene on the riverbank, the meticulous arrangement of the victim, the meticulous staging. "Our perpetrator is no mere killer," she confided to her partner. "This is a ritual, a carefully choreographed dance of darkness." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawn shop owner recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The man who had pawned it bore a nondescript visage, Michael Linden, a maintenance worker leading a quiet existence. Surveillance footage revealed a troubling pattern of Linden's visits to Walsh's building, his presence a shadow in the background of her life. When Linden's apartment was searched, a chilling mosaic of obsession unfolded, walls adorned with clandestine photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a haunting resemblance. Some images were defaced with crimson slashes, marking them as targets of his twisted fixation. Walsh, it seemed, was but one in a series of unwitting muses. Hidden behind a false wall in Linden's closet lay a shrine of the damned personal artifacts belonging to each victim, meticulously arranged, a shrine to their perceived flaws. Hair strands, lipstick-stained tissues, mundane receipts, all elevated to relics in his private gallery of horrors. Each item accompanied by a detailed journal chronicling their lives in unnerving detail. As Linden sat in the interrogation room, his demeanor as still as a winter's night, the truth spilled forth like poison from a wound. "They were flawed," he intoned, his voice a monotone dirge. "They wore masks of perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's imperfections called out to me. I had to correct them." The search for the other victims hinted at in his cryptic note led investigators to remote locales, where two more suitcases surfaced, each containing a tragic echo of Walsh's fate. The victims, like her, bore the mark of Linden's perverse artistry, each life snuffed out in the name of his deluded quest for perfection. In the courtroom, as Linden sat in silence, his eyes vacant pools of emptiness, the families of the victims beheld the face of their loved one's tormentor. Justice was swift and unyielding, a lifetime behind bars, a sentence devoid of redemption or release. For Detective Mercer, the case closed with a finality that offered little solace. Questions lingered like shadows in the corners of her mind. What twisted impulse had driven Lyndon to such horrors? What inner demons had he sought to exorcise through his grisly rituals? As the river continued its timeless journey downstream, its waters cleansing all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded, Mercer sat at her desk in the precinct. Before her lay copies of those chilling journals, silent testaments to the darkness that lurked beneath the veneer of everyday life. A reminder that sometimes, in the quietest of moments, the greatest threats emerge from the shadows, waiting for a single crack in the facade to reveal their true nature. Story 23. She never fancied venturing into the attic, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no other option. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the farthest corner stood an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its minuscule furniture arranged with meticulous care. However, upon peering inside, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not mere dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her own kin. Each figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger along the dollhouse roof, tracing the spot where the small wooden figure stood. This revelation sent a shiver down her spine, independent of the chilly draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rental dwelling the family had recently relocated to. The saga commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban abode to find a distressed family, gathered in the living room, adamant about not returning upstairs. The primary investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially brushed off their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the fanciful imagination of a family acclimating to a new residence. The meticulous detail caught my attention, Detective Harmon later recalled in interviews. Each miniature figurine captured a distinct trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The inquiry took a turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family members. Even more unsettling were microscopic cameras found in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements in the days prior unveiled a disconcerting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored where the family sat that evening, but replicated exact postures from different days, indicating someone had been watching them long enough to learn their routines. We realized this went beyond mere stalking, Detective Harmon elucidated. The perpetrator displayed an obsession rarely seen in criminal psychology. The investigation exposed a concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living area with signs of someone residing there even before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the intruder's presence beneath the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Records disclosed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans arrived. The former owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son oversaw the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded sparse information. Most hadn't noticed anything amiss, although one elderly lady mentioned sporadically spotting lights in the house during its vacancy. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she informed investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be squatting there. The breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Examination of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras unveiled that data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and prior occupants of the house were discovered. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each family member. The most chilling find was a workshop containing numerous partially assembled dollhouses, each representing different residences in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records displayed mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he crafted the covert living space and continued residing there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist on the case. Each figure symbolized someone he observed. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his motives. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to ensure they respected it. When queried about the arranged figures, he simply remarked, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." The psychiatric evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't cope with losing his childhood home and devised an elaborate scheme to retain control over it. The dollhouse became his means of possessing both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later recollected that the most haunting moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all along, measuring our lives, reducing us to mere playthings. The true terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that in his mind, we were mere puppets to be manipulated and watched. Wells faced multiple charges including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case prompted a reassessment of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and the duty of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge highlighted the egregious violation the Morgan family endured. You didn't just breach their home, you intruded upon their sense of security and independence. You observed their most intimate moments and recreated them for your amusement. What unsettles criminologists the most about this case is how long Wells could have operated unnoticed had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals suggested he had been covertly residing in homes for nearly 2 years, shifting from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for each observed family. The Morgan family eventually relocated to a new residence far away, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and hidden spaces routinely. She rid their new abode of all dollhouses and miniatures. "Some days I still feel like I'm being watched," she admitted. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover." Story 24. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten debris in the attic, a relic lost in time from the previous occupants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids it held, snapshots of ordinary moments captured in time, birthdays, and family gatherings, there was one that stood out. In that final photo, taken within her very living room, familiar furniture framed a family she did not recognize. And there, lurking in the dimness behind them, a man watched from the shadows. Rebecca's spine tingled with a chill as she examined the photograph closely, her fingers trembling ever so slightly against the aged edges of the Polaroid. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde hair, a bespectacled man, and 2 children, smiled blissfully at the camera, oblivious to the figure looming in the background. a moment frozen in happiness, yet tainted by the presence of an unseen danger. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing in on her, the emptiness and vastness of it seeming suffocating. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the scene in the picture was undeniable. The archway, the molding, the bay window all mirrored perfectly. This was her house, but these strangers were not her family. Detective Morgan arrived, his weathered leather jacket a testament to years of unraveling mysteries. With eyes that missed nothing, he examined the photograph meticulously, flipping it over to find it blank on the reverse. "What do you know about the Nelsons, the family who sold you this house?" His deep voice rumbled through the room. Rebecca confessed, "Almost nothing. They had already moved away when I bought the house." Taking the photo into his possession, Morgan delved into the investigation. Tracing back the history of the house's previous inhabitants, he uncovered a trail of families who had lived there before mysteriously vanishing, each family lasting precisely 1 year before disappearing without a trace. The Sutherlands, the family in the photograph, were just one piece of a larger enigma. Forensic analysis dated the photo to 15 years prior, revealing details that hinted at a staged setting. The figure in the hallway remained a mystery, his presence ominous yet inexplicable. Further digging unearthed a connection to Samuel Whitfield, the elusive project manager who had built the house and then vanished without a trace himself. Beneath the house, hidden in the basement, a grim discovery awaited. The missing families, including the Sutherlands, were found buried beneath layers of concrete, perfectly preserved. Among their belongings, a camera identical to the one that had taken the haunting Polaroid. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene, its walls holding dark secrets within. As investigators combed through the house, they stumbled upon a hidden crawl space in the attic. Inside, a chilling revelation awaited them: a cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with eerie observations on the families that had resided there. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at an ominous plan unfolding. Rebecca, now under police protection in a hotel, received a mysterious call in the dead of night. The sound of breathing, a click, and the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera echoed through the line. The investigation continued, the house standing silent and foreboding, its history shrouded in darkness. The enigma of Samuel Whitfield lingered, his true fate unknown. Some believed he perished long ago, while others speculated he had simply moved on to repeat his sinister pattern elsewhere. And somewhere in the shadows of a hidden room, new photographs developed a cycle of families, homes, and unseen watchers. Those who sought the truth found themselves under the watchful gaze of the man in the photograph, a mystery that refused to be unraveled completely. Story 25. The hotel with its faded facade whispered of forgotten tales, a place transient souls sought for a single night's respite. The key exchanged hands with a silent warning, a cryptic message lingering in the clerk's eyes. "Avoid the last door on the left," his voice barely audible, a mystery wrapped in caution. Intrigue wrapped around her thoughts like tendrils as she traversed the shadowed corridor that night. Pausing before the unassuming door, a chill ran down her spine at the touch of the icy handle. To the naked eye, it blended seamlessly with its companions, yet as she leaned in, a faint breath, otherworldly and faint, brushed against her ear from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed, weary eyes searching for truth, stepped under the tape marking the scene of the macabre. The stench of iron and decay greeted her, a familiar scent of tragedy. In that room, a paradox unfolded. Pristine decor clashed with the gruesome tableau before her. A young woman lay lifeless, golden locks splayed like a celestial crown, her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, a a silent witness to horror. Reed knelt beside her, reverence in her movements, mindful not to disturb the grim narrative marked by evidence tags. A seasoned technician's voice pierced the silence, matter of fact in the face of death's grim artistry. Third time this season, same signature. Reed's silent nod acknowledged the grim pattern unfolding. The victim's attire spoke of elegance in stark contrast to the motel's neglect. An open handbag revealed untouched contents, debunking theft as the motive. A different force guided this killer, a sinister motive veiled in shadows. The hotel's manager lingered, a specter of guilt haunting his pallid features. She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never fathomed, his voice faltered, words trembling with unspoken dread. Reed scrutinized the room anew, searching for answers in the absence of forced entry or struggle. The victim's trust had been the key, a fatal mistake made in the presence of a familiar foe. At the precinct, Reed pinned photographs to the board, a triptych of tragedy unfolding before her. 3 women, kindred spirits in demise, found in nondescript motels off the beaten path. Speculation loomed, whispers of a predator lurking in the shadows of anonymity. Detective Hayes' revelation pierced the veil of uncertainty, confirming death by intimate violence, devoid of genetic traces or desecration. This was not a hunt for prey, but a vendetta steeped in personal vendetta. Days blurred, melding into nights as the investigation deepened its roots. Surveillance footage yielded no revelations, a silent witness to the enigma shrouding Elaine Werner's final hours. Meticulous analyst by trade, Werner's choice of refuge baffled those who knew her careful, deliberate, a soul out of place in the motel's grim embrace. A breakthrough emerged from the shadows when Werner's sister unveiled a clandestine affair with a man known only as C, a cryptic figure from her professional realm. Reed's gaze turned towards the corporate facade of Charles Emerson, a man of influence veiled in deceit. A veneer of innocence veiled his demeanor, deflecting suspicion with practiced ease. Yet hidden truths emerged, linking him to Werner's tragic end through fingerprints and clandestine liaisons. A web of deceit unfurled, revealing a predator who prowled in the guise of respectability. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled, confessions tumbling from his lips like poisoned petals. She threatened to unveil my secrets, his voice a whisper of desperation, a fragile mask slipping to reveal the darkness within. The trial, a brief spectacle of justice, unveiled the monster beneath the man, a void devoid of remorse or redemption. As the gavel fell, sealing Emerson's fate, Reed's eyes met his, a fleeting exchange of truths unspoken. Behind the veil of justice, a shadow lingered, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed, their echoes reverberating in the hollow chambers of the night. And in the stillness of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, relics of a nightmare etched in memory, a testament to the unfathomable depths of human depravity. Story 26. She entered through the front door, a swirl of dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. Yet amidst the stillness, a peculiar mystery lingered. Each door she opened led back to the same room, the parlor, a strange loop that defied logic, trapping her in a perplexing cycle. The only escape route vanished when she turned to find the front door missing, leaving her stranded in the eerie silence. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the desolate Victorian into a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind observed as forensic technicians moved like phantoms through the dimly lit interior, unraveling the secrets hidden within its walls. The house, once known for its unsettling reputation of spinning compasses and watchful presence, now held a darkness that chilled even the most seasoned investigators. The initial examination suggests she's been deceased for approximately 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely breaking the silence. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan sat in the parlor, serene and motionless, as if awaiting a visitor that never came. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a quietude that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Lind inquired who discovered the body. Her partner revealed that it was a real estate agent showing the property, stumbling upon Morgan's peaceful form as if she were a mere trespasser. The house had remained vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a forgotten relic plagued by family disputes and urban legends. Morgan, a young scholar of 26, had delved into the mysteries of architectural anomalies for her thesis. Intrigued by spaces that defied norms, she found herself drawn to the enigmatic Victorian with its reputation for disorientation. Her journal entries spoke of peculiar phenomena, acoustic anomalies, shifting doorways, and elusive rooms that defied conventional logic. As the investigation unfolded, a perplexing detail emerged from the autopsy: trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, hinting at a substance used in shamanic rituals. Her boyfriend defended her rigor and dedication, denying any involvement with recreational drugs. Deleted messages on her phone unveiled cryptic conversations with a mysterious individual who shared her fascination with the house's secrets. The trail led to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian whose expertise in spatial illusions captivated Morgan. Their bond transcended professional realms, delving into the depths of the Victorians' mysteries. Reeves, devastated by Morgan's demise, revealed the house's history of optical illusions and hidden truths designed to perplex and ensnare. Yet Reeves held an ironclad alibi, leaving investigators at a loss. A revelation from Eleanor Blackwood's grandson shed light on a dark family secret, the claiming that befell those who spent time within the house's walls. Deaths disguised as natural causes, victims succumbing to an unseen force that lurked within the Victorians' confines. A hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace unveiled artifacts of ancient origins, a carved figurine symbolizing a deity of liminal spaces. Residue matching the alkaloid found in Morgan's system hinted at a ritualistic connection, a presence that transcended time and space. Dust patterns revealed an unknown presence during Morgan's final moments, fingerprints hinting at an elusive figure lingering in the shadows. Weeks later, Adam Reeves met a similar fate, his lifeless form mirroring Morgan's peaceful repose. Clutching a key that unlocked the hidden chamber, Reeves left behind a poignant message, a testament to the house's grip on perception, its ability to ensnare the unwary in a web of illusions. The case, shrouded in mystery, remained open, a tale of suspicious deaths and spectral whispers that haunted the condemned Victorian. Rumors swirled of lights flickering within its walls, of visitors disappearing into its depths, never to return. Some believed the house claimed those who delved too deeply into its enigmatic nature, while others whispered of ancient forces at play, weaving a tapestry of reality and illusion. The truth eluded grasp, a phantom slipping through fingers like shadows in the night. In a house where every door led back to the beginning, where time stood still and mysteries whispered in the dark, the enigma of Morgan Pierce and Adam Reeves remained eternally entwined with the secrets of the Victorian, a place where reality blurred with the unknown, and the boundaries between worlds faded into obscurity. Story 27. In the quiet town, whispers never touched the house nestled at the edge of the dark woods. It stood silent and forgotten, its windows like vacant eyes, its porch bowed with the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of its builder. But one eerie day, a band of wanderers strayed too near and glimpsed a peculiar sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like secrets. At the very bottom, fresh and untouched, a name unfurled before them, unfamiliar and chilling. And when one of them dared to murmur, voice trembling, "That's mine," the mystery began. The call came in under the shroud of night. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the lost hikers who stumbled upon his name engraved on the abandoned dwelling. The officers who responded anticipated mere mischief, perhaps the jest of youthful cohorts, but what awaited them transcended the bounds of reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight embraced the forest. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the worn face of the structure. The names 27 in all cascaded down the eastern wall. Some had faded into obscurity, blending with the aged wood. Others remained sharp, as if etched mere moments ago. End Mason Wright, the incision still redolent of fresh timber. "I've never set foot here before," Mason maintained, his words materializing like mist in the frigid air. "How could anyone know my name?" The inquiry commenced with investigations into the backgrounds of each name adorning the wall. The findings sent shivers coursing through the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had turned cold, others lingered open. But a disquieting commonality threaded through them. All the vanished souls had trod these wooded paths alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and erosion. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a disappearance case from 37 years past. The records recounted a young woman who ventured into these very woods, never to return. Search parties uncovered naught but a solitary boot beside a babbling brook. Detective Keller probed Mason's account with relentless scrutiny. His narrative remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the area save for this expedition with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. No trace linked him to the other names gracing the weathered walls. Attention shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, unveiled snapshots captured throughout their journey. Upon perusal, analysts unearthed a disconcerting detail: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 distinct photographs. The form resembled a tall, slender man, forever obscured by the veil of trees. "We encountered no one else along the trail," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a sweep of the interior of the house. The edifice appeared forsaken. Dust cloaked every surface. Furniture lay in disarray. Yet within the cellar, officers stumbled upon a harrowing tableau. Personal effects belonging to the vanished hikers lay arranged meticulously on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. The forensic team toiled methodically, cataloging every item. Beneath the stark luminescence of ultraviolet rays, a tapestry of bloodstains materialized on the concrete floor, evidence of years scrubbed in vain. Despite the absence of bodies interred beneath the dwelling, cadaver dogs persisted in alerting near the dense thicket at the rear of the property. As the inquiry intensified, Detective Keller observed a disconcerting shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He recounted peculiar episodes, whispers echoing beyond his threshold, footprints tracing a path to his door, but never away, phantoms lingering on the periphery. The precinct assigned an officer to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough emerged with the unearthing of long-buried land records in county annals. The abode had once belonged to a recluse of the woods named Victor Blackwood. Locals glimpsed him sparingly, recounting fleeting encounters with a towering skeletal figure who shunned discourse. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his absence unexamined by official channels. Detective Keller secured a warrant to probe deeper into the encompassing forest. The search party stumbled upon a labyrinth of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically dispersed along frequented trails. Within one, they unearthed a ledger chronicling meticulous observations, depictions of hikers, their trajectories, gear, and routines. The script mirrored samples from the scant records of Victor Blackwood, entries metamorphosed into something sinister over time. Early passages expounded on hunting techniques for fauna. Later pages delineated humans as quarry their idiosyncrasies, susceptibilities, and methods of acquisition. The terminal entries detailed the meticulous stalking of each name on the wall, inclusive of elaborate treatises on the selection of his prey. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging canvassed the woodlands. Tactical units combed each crevice and grotto with methodical precision. Yet the quarry eluded all pursuit. Mason Wright ceased responding to entreaties. Officers dispatched to his abode discovered ajar doors and vacant chambers. Upon his bedroom wall, a fresh incision glistened. The hunter becomes the hunted. The quest for Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks. Then, amid a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode, forensic technicians unearthed a ghastly revelation. Concealed behind a false partition in the cellar, they uncovered a diminutive workshop replete with woodworking implements, vials of preservatives, and a freshly hewn plaque bearing a novel name yet to be affixed to the exterior facade. Detective Keller recognized the name instantaneously. It belonged to the chief forensic examiner who had scrutinized the house during the preliminary inquest. The examiner had reported indisposed that morning, unreachable by phone. Authorities erected an unbroken surveillance perimeter around the dwelling. Cameras scrutinized every ingress. Motion sensors stood vigil for intrusions. The snare was set. 3 nights hence, sensors heralded an alert. Surveillance footage captured a specter emerging from the shadowed woods, impossibly tall and lean, moving with an unearthly elegance. The apparition advanced directly toward the house, heedless of the watchful gaze. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras faltered momentarily. When clarity was restored, the specter had dissolved into the ether. The house endures under ceaseless vigil even now. Mason Wright and the forensic examiner remain untraceable. The inquiry persists, with fresh resources allocated as akin vanishings are reported in other Sylvan realms. The names etched upon the wall have become lore among law enforcers. Some officers dare not utter them aloud, others shun the case entirely. And the local wayfarers steer clear of the house, wary that mere mention might inscribe their names upon that dread roster, the names unspoken.